All right. It's a little loud, but we're good. Welcome to the office hours, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome. I have a very, very long stream today. My God. I should have streamed a bunch earlier. I didn't. I should have, though. So, what we're going to be doing today, just so you all know, is we're going to be going over a bunch of videos from CitizenCon and a monthly report. And, of course, the big news from 3.22. So, let's get to the office first. Right. I am silly, and I forgot to do... There we go. Howdy. Welcome, everybody. This is the Office Hours live stream where I, usually it's an AMA. We kind of talk about the lore news and more. Latest lore news and more. But CIG has decided that after 9 months of hibernating with, you know, a couple of big glimpses here and there was nice. But what they really wanted to do was get up on in September, enter an Olympic sprinting stance, and then just fucking send it. Because CIG apparently has decided that October, November is Send It month. They have started running, and I don't know when they're going to stop. How y'all doing? Because there's some absolute, like, there's more news than you'll be able to get in like a 10-minute update video. There's no way you can get a sufficient amount of understanding of what's happening at CIG without at least an hour video. Not to mention the announcement, the unofficial announcement of IAE, which I forgot until Bison Nachos just mentioned it. It's like, damn, son. That meme, damn, son. Oh. This is me right now. This is me right now. Okay? This is me right now. Hey, Doc Lepus. They cannot keep up this pace. There is no way that CIG can keep up the pace that they just hit from the release of 2.1 all the way through the end of the year. That is insanity. Like, all right, Eric, did you are you just like mainlining? Did you just inject speed directly into your body? Is there just like IVs dangling from the roofs of CIG's offices where they're just like everyone's just stop eating and sleeping? They just have straight IV solutions filled with like stay awake pills forever. Like, goddamn. What are we hyping about? It just, okay. So, all right, let me go over like a little summary for you all. Just a tiny summary of just the news that we have this week alone. Start off, Pyro has been released for people to check it out for the first time, and it's surprisingly stable. I know not everyone got a chance to play it, but it's Red Stanton. I mean, it really isn't that different, but because it's got new locations, new missions, new places to see and experience in a way that we really haven't seen before, kind of shows that Star Citizen is more than just a single system. People are starting to realize that there's lore and story and environmental storytelling. Like, damn, okay. So that would be big enough. That would be the news of the week if that was it. But on top of that, CIG yesterday decided to release the monthly report the Squadron 42 month report as well, which is for, we don't do right now, we'll do it next week, but like both of them released the same day, and a roadmap roundup, which added 3.22, which is coming in what CIG says is Q4, which traditionally means before the end of the year. Which includes salvage. Everything but processing. Like, okay. And then, on top of all of that, CIG released a PTU of 3.21.1, which is the IAE patch, which announced IAE is from the 17th of November to the 30th of November, so it's 2 weeks this year. And on top of that, they with IAE, they've also released some new lore bits because it's taking place in a Microtech this year, and there's graffiti all over Microtech, plus a like a booth for the Citizens for Pyro and flyers, which seem to be contradicting the Citizens for Pyro. So the graffiti is talking about humans united and stop the invasion, and all these flyers are talking about the alien invasion of the Stanton system and of the UEE is corrupting the Empire, and the Citizens for Pyro are like, let's stop these evil Xeno threat, let's get together and go live in Pyro. So it's like, what are you doing? Like this is too much. This is like what I just said. And I have to go into detail about all of this because this is just the briefest of the brief. It's like, Jesus fucking Christ. Not the most recent one. I checked out the first one. I've literally been working every time CIG has been doing the Pyro build, because I think the Pyro build today isn't releasing until 1 a.m. or it ended at like 9 a.m., right? Something like that. It was early in the morning for the US, for North America. Also, Magnus knows what he did. Xenothreat is a handy cat's paw to vex him. Magnus Tobin? 11 p.m. PSD. Okay, so... one a.m. my time. That's fantastic. Yeah, so... yeah, I get to play a little bit. 6 hours from now, yeah. I'll be done before then because I have to get some sleep, but we'll see. I'm gonna have to like jump right into some of this stuff here. I can't really like futz around too much. Think it's an Asia focus? It's kind of like a morning focus, because like 2 a.m. Eastern is like 6 hours? Or is it 4 hours? I can't remember, because I know the EU went into daylight savings time, so it's an hour. They fell back an hour. So I think it's usually US East is like UTC plus 4 or minus 4 or something like that. Yeah. So it's at like 6 o'clock in the morning, which I know is a little early for UTC, but that's like 7 a.m. for Central Europe. So 7 for 8 hours. It's the middle of the day, you know. Anyone can play in those hours. Anyone can play those hours. For being on Friday, yeah. Hey, Celine. Yeah, then I didn't even mention that tractor beams. I even forgot about that. 3.2.1 also has the I won't say MPUV, but it's the SRV and tractor beams. Like, see, I even in my summary, I forgot things. Like, this is the week where CIG just said, hold my MOPA glass. I don't hold my Liberty Lake. Hold my schmaltz. God damn. They buffed in the Spirit series, yeah. Hey, Freya. You all are making my job harder. I was joking about it at CitizenCon. Now it's really making my job harder. I have 4 hours to go through everything, and I have 24-hour live stream for charity, by the way, on Saturday, which means I'm not going to be streaming tomorrow because I need to get some sleep. So, which reminds me, I need to message Al. Sleep? What's that? Mother Freya, it was good to see you at CitizenCon. So. It was good to put a face to the name. Paul Berserko went, yeah. Yeah, it shouldn't be that delayed because I only did that because of other stuff. I have to change it manually at some point, and I keep forgetting to. It's only a minute, but then on top of that, YouTube has its own delay, so. Damn, CIG, this is a whammers. Yeah. Alright, so, this is legitimate. I don't know if CIG can keep this pace up to the end of the year. I mean, I don't know if I'd be happy with that either. I don't know how to feel about that. But there's just so much stuff coming between now and the end of the year. Though it is important that, and Freya, you may be able to tell this. I don't know if this is possible. When does CIG consider? What do they consider the end of quarter four? When does quarter four end? Because in the past, CIG's quarter four was December. So. That's the question. Because they were very, because all of the announcements have been saying quarter four. I'm like, you know. They go break, so I don't know when they go on break, but I can tell you they likely go on break on the 22nd. Because it's the week before Christmas, and then they'll probably come back to work at on the 3rd or the 8th, one of the two. Munching, okay. All right, so we're gonna start with that. Let's just start with that. Let's start with the report. Not the report, the roadmap roundup. All right. Yes, Munching is in 3.22. So, as always, every 2 weeks we accompany the roadmap update with a brief explanatory note to give you an insight into the decision-making that led to any changes. This is part of an effort to make our communications more transparent, more specific, and more insightful for all of you who hope to make Star Citizen Squadron 42 possible. That said, let's go go ahead and dive into this week's roadmap roundup. So, notable changes for November 1st. Progress tracker. So these were added, marked as unannounced, that have been revealed in the progress tracker. The Drake Cutlass Cutter Scout, and the RSI Zeus Mark II. Very cool. And now, release view. So these have been added to the 3.21 column on a release view targeting a 3.21.1 release. Missions Data Heist. implementing missions that task players with infiltrating locations, often held by NPCs, reaching data stores, and setting data to upload to offsite handlers. I've been really looking forward to that mission because it's something I really have been interested in because I'm a big fan of Payday. I love the Payday formula, and I'd love to see the mission sort of kind of evolve into that. Hey, I didn't see that, Mr. Gold Emperor. I've been holding back, they've been holding back info to make Paul's life more interesting and dumping it all at once. Sometimes it feels like that. Pain. And now this is the big one. The following been added for release view, targeting release in Q4 in Alpha 3.22. So this is what we know, at least for now, and it may or may not update. This may be it, which I'd be fine if this was it. Is going to come out in 3.22. Player hair update. So we're going to get 20 hairstyles from Squadron 42. This includes long hair, tied hair, and updates to existing short hairstyles. We're also getting Salvage Structural, which is what CIG renamed to Hull Munching. I will never stop calling it Hull Munching because it's funnier that way. So we're getting Hull Munching, implementing the ability for transform larger chunks of metal salvaged from ships into a refinable material. This will use the grinder system aboard salvage ships like the Vulture and the Reclaimer. Munching. Mm-hmm. My opinions on the YouTuber Snubfest? What's Snubfest? I have no idea what you're talking about there, bud dude. I don't know. Noise Marine SRV, yeah. Manufactured YouTuber. I have no idea. I don't tend to fall into a lot of that drama. I try to intentionally isolate myself, and I've had other stuff to do. Anyways, continuing. So we're getting Hull Munching at 3.22, which if Q4 means December, then before the end of the year, which means we're going to get everything but processing before the end of the year. CIG just dropped an entire gameplay loop between 3.18 and 3.22, so between like March and December. And then inventory cargo containers. This feature will allow for players to store items and smaller cargo containers in larger cargo containers, which means we can have a turducken, or as I like to call turduncan, where you can put a cargo container inside of 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 a cargo container, which is nuts. So that's part of that whole like expansion which they're doing with cargo stuff. Then you have did you miss what we just started Turgatron? The Apoa Santokyai, which was something we obviously were like they had all but said it was done like last month, like in September. So that coming in 3.22 isn't too surprising. Though what surprised me is the X1. The actually getting the power source for the Retribution is finally coming out. The most powerful ship in the game, y'all. The X1. It's so important that CIG took like 7 years to make. Obviously, that's the only reason why. All three of them, yeah. As long as I can support black hair dreadlocks, I'll be happy. Not for this release, I don't think. So. They're not going to drop the Ranger. They said that they need to do a complete like change to like how the game functions to do two-wheeled vehicles, which tells me that they're going to do more two-wheeled vehicles. Like there's just no chance they won't do more two-wheeled vehicles. I'm sorry, I just got here. Is there a tentative release date for this patch? Q4. Which depends on the CIG's definition of Q4. Now, traditionally, CIG's definition of Q4 is December, or before the end of the year. Though they could be going with the Q4 definition, which is the kind of more financial Q4, which is usually March. But so this potentially could come out before the end of the year. My guess would be December 22nd, which would probably be the last day that CIG is open for the holiday before the holidays. What's the X1? The X1 is the Origin hover bike. It was sold, let me double check. Everything's going very slow right now. I think the wiki's down. I'm not seeing when it was first sold. But it was sold a while ago. I believe it was sold in before the pandemic. I want to say 2016 or 2017. So, but it's been a while. It's one of those ships that's like, it's a hover bike and it hadn't been updated forever. Hey, Patrick Stevens. So it's like, okay, so what's the excuse, CIG? There's like multiple hover bikes, and instead of releasing the X1, they released the hover quad. So it's just like, why? What did the X1 do to you? Did it like personally insult your mother, CIG? What happened? So yeah. When anyone says end of the year, always assume it'll be 5 p.m. on the last day the office is open. This isn't just a CIG thing. That's everything. Well, CIG does that a lot, too. So we can play Pyro at 2 a.m. on the East Coast. Yes, 2 a.m. for 8 hours. So from 2 on the East Coast till 10 a.m. And then you'll be able to play it on the East Coast again at 9 a.m. on Saturday. 9 for another 8 hours. Till 5 on Saturday. So you'll still have a chance, Loco de Rider. Though CIG has said that they may actually reduce reduce the amount of time that they'll actually run the plans. They may only run it for less time than they initially anticipated. So so Aimless points that out. So it was the last ever concept sold where you could buy LTI with credit. It's pretty old. Like, I will give CIG credit for a lot of the ships that are currently in the backlog. I know a lot of people are mad about it, but like the BMM doesn't really have its mechanics. A lot of the ships either don't have their mechanics, like say the Expanse doesn't exist yet, like the Salvage doesn't, or Processing doesn't. There's a lot of like that sort of thing. And of course, the much larger ships, there's no multi-crew. So like, there's no reason to really kind of build it out when to run that ship requires a third of the server. So there's definitely some like, okay, I understand why you're not working on it because there's other things that have priority. And, while you're not working on that, you can make other smaller ships while it happens. So. Oh, I have resigned myself to not playing Pyro much. I played Pyro already in at CitizenCon and the first wave it released. So, hey, Robert Stoner. Sorry about that, Patrick Stevens. I didn't know you're getting a 19K. It sucks. Yes, Axis. I'm trying to read through a bunch of stuff. I don't see what you're saying. Am I part of any orgs? Yes, I'm part of the League of Relic Enthusiasts, which is my own personal org. Great meeting you too, Zens. Apparently somebody on Twitter was saying, like, they waved at me and said my name, but I couldn't see them. It's like I didn't respond. I was like, oh well, I probably didn't hear. I'm that kind of guy sometimes. Also, work done for BMM is basically done for one ship only, not like the other manufacturers. Yeah, but so like there's a lot of things I'll be willing to kind of like give CIG credit for. But the X1 is an Origin ship, which they already have the style guide for, and it's a hover bike, which they already have technology for. And it's a single-person ship, and it's tiny? Like, I can't imagine more than a handful of people requiring to do an X1 and not really taking it that long. And that long to get it done. And, yeah, it's weird that it took them that long to get this done. Later, Mason. League of Snappy Bartenders. Where gangsters get blown up and shot to the sound of classy music. Yes. If you're trying to get into Pyro with a 19K, maybe that's the case. I don't know. Planning a Relic Expedition this Sunday? No, Witcher, I'm planning on sleeping this Sunday because I'm doing a 24-hour live stream for charity starting at 6 a.m. my time, 7 a.m. Eastern, where I'm going to go for 24 hours doing a captain's table talking about the CitizenCon and like the kind of end of the year kind of recaps with a bunch of different folks from all over the Star Citizen community for 24 hours. So I'm going from 7 a.m. on Saturday to 7 a.m. on Sunday. So I'm going to be sleeping after that. I'm sleeping is going to be required because I will die if I don't sleep after 24 hours of not sleeping. Oh man, I'm half expecting land claims to be selling again this IAE. Probably not this IAE, but I would imagine that they'll sell them again when the patch comes out. Have you done Shiny Tracker? I do not have time for Shiny Tracker. There goes Doc Platypus. I'm not going to be doing Shiny Tracker because there's just literally no time. I'll do Shiny Tracker next week and go back and look at it. I just don't have the time because. Yes. I'll announce because as of today, I think I have the last one. So I'll announce the guest list on Twitter and my Discord tomorrow. So you'll have an idea. But the basic gist is the first round is they're each 3 hours. The first round is disable for now. Night Cobb and Algrid. The next round is Jail, Major Star Stuff, and Captain Flint. The round after that is Hey It's Nick, Radar Ranger, and Darj. Then the round after that is Zark, Jorun, and Voidy. And then the round after that is Tree, Red Jay, and Stim Citizen. The round after that is Zirin, Darissa, and KG. The round after that is Nazarus, Fair Assault, and Space Tomato. And the very last round is Space Coder and Execute. Each is 3 hours, so you can do the math. It's like 7 to 10, 10 to 1, 1 to 4, 4 to 7, 7 to 10, 10 to 1, 1 to 8, 1 to 4, and 4 to 7 kind of thing. A lot of folks. Yeah, I mean, a lot of folks want to come back in the captain's table, which is good. It's going to be the first captain's table I have done since CitizenCon, so be interesting to do. If Al responded just recently, so. Do one more thing for Al. Hey, TK Rex. Thoughts on modularity driving up Caterpillar money? Price? Almost certainly. Almost certainly. All right. Now that we've done 30 minutes, I got to keep moving. We just got to keep rolling, chat. I'm going to do Star Citizen. Where did the last one? I did Destination Adventure. Did we do Life in First Person? I think we did. Yeah, that was the with Bone, right? I'm gonna do Fix It and Fly It first, though, because it's shorter. Let's go, chat. Let's go.
TK Rex super short at $2.
No,
Thoughts on modularity driving up Caterpillar dollar?
I think so, yeah. They're releasing more content in 2 weeks than the last 2 years. Yeah.
I'm Thorsten Leimann, lead systems designer for the EUPU team, and
I love this man.
Welcome to this little presentation of our most ambitious feature that we are working on for quite a while already. We already talked about it several times, but this time it will be a little bit different.
Thorsten!
So before we start jumping into the presentation, here's a little disclaimer. Everything that you're about to see in this presentation was done by the EUPU team, so, well, mostly. We got help from the vehicle content team and the
Holly, did we meet? Did we meet at CitizenCon? I think I recognize the name.
Guillermo, Bastien, or me, so members of our team, and it's
gameplay
that we focus on in this presentation.
Double check.
So what you will notice here is also that the UI is still work in progress, so visual changes even throughout this entire presentation. So we are still iterating. But let's start with the actual presentation. Those that follow us for quite some time probably know about the resource network already, but let's do a brief recap.
So yeah, when he says underlying technology to power gameplay for the entire game, it's kind of like the HUD, the like mobiGlas and HUD, like all of that was its own system. It's all connected. This is literally how everything is going to function in game. Your suits, your bases, your ships, your vehicles, everything uses the resource system. It is a fundamental part of how the game functions now. So
we will be talking here about our technology, that is resource.
What do you think about a starfarer who could collect hydrogen from solar flares and pyro and sell it at Stanton? Not my idea, zero states. Possibly, but I mean the idea of they're supposed to be able to collect hydrogen from like gas giants. And it depends on how much hydrogen you could get from solar flares. I don't think solar flares have a lot of hydrogen released. Though I don't know enough about stellar chemical or stellar makeup to really know. All I know is that it's hydrogen and heliums. I don't know which gets sent out though.
Network, and the engineering gameplay that can be called a child of the resource network.
It's X-rays and gamma rays. Yeah, it wouldn't be
the
hydrogen.
Engineering task will allow you to manage your ships, outposts, and possibly other things. Let's have Guillermo talk about the technology first. So welcome on stage, Guillermo.
Guillermo. I love Guillermo too.
Thank you. Hi everyone, I'm Guillermo Bilbao, gameplay programmer for this team.
Oh wait, this is not Guillermo. This is not the Guillermo I'm thinking about. Maybe I'm thinking of somebody else. They went silent on the 600 resource after announcing it. Do you think it's possible for next year? Nope. Or not, since they didn't even tease. If they didn't tease it towards CitizenCon, I wouldn't count on it.
And I'm going to talk about the research network.
So this is CitizenCon, this last one that happened.
The main drive for the research network was replacing the previous pipe system you might have heard about with a new system that was more generalized, easier to expand, and that would support all the gameplay we actually want to do. And yeah, so it is a network, as you can see on that picture, showing the connections between different items, even those inside object containers. And it enables specifically the relay gameplay we're going to show right after. So it will have a global impact. You're going to see it in ships. You are going to see it in outposts. It's built to work with the cargo system in some ways. And as for interacting with it, the engineering gameplay we're showed today is going to be the biggest example, but you will also see it in other places, especially in missions. Let's have Thorsten talk about it a bit more.
So hello again. So as a crew member of a ship or as a person managing an outpost, you have several responsibilities.
Does this tie into Quanta at some point, but this is engineering.
Where the engineering topic can be split in 3 activities, and you can decide to share those responsibilities or take them all by yourself. It's really up to you. Every task requires their own skills and their own tool sets. There is tuning. Here you are responsible for preparing your ship. Your journey did not start yet, so you adjust your ship items based on your goals for the travels. Exchange sub-items, adjust the default settings of your power plant, basically operations that require you to turn off the items or even remove them from their sockets. The next activity is maintaining, and this is all about damage control and keeping the items in pristine or pristine enough state. You are the mechanic that makes sure that everything is and stays operable. Maybe even go further in the sense of caring for the items. And what caring means is here reducing the wear and tear rate by regularly removing dust or oiling the items, just as some quick examples. So let's actually show you some of the maintenance you can already do and will be able to do.
All right.
So here we start with 2 gameplay mechanics that are already in the game. So technically nothing new, but the entire engineering loop ties them nicely together. Here you saw me collecting IMC, or still collecting. And now I will take the shield generator of the recently destroyed Gladius to use them as a spare part for myself. So all of this is of course optional. So you can purchase those items already and in the future even assemble them for yourself. So crafting. While the Fury approaches, you might get the glimpse of a debug UI. So there is the Fury now coming. I activated the debug UI to show you the health state of each item. And what you should have seen is that the shield generator is fully destroyed and the power plant that I'm about to take out now is in low health. Low health means you can still repair it. So which you will be happening now with Guillermo and Pete repairing the power plant after I removed it from the Fury.
Beam heal.
So it's making it fully functional again.
Hey.
And here you see the debug UI, the health is now fully up again, and that means that it runs at full efficiency again. And here you also see that the shield generator is at 0 health, so the destroyed shield generator cannot be repaired because it's destroyed.
Glory to
I
the
have
beam!
to exchange it with the spare one that
All
I
hail
from
the
Gladius.
beam!
So with all those repairs being done, the Fury is operatable again and it can go its way.
T-pose. What he tried to do was the emote for get ready for launch, but that gets you into T-pose right now because it's not in Star Citizen. It's in Squadron, but not in Star Citizen.
So getting back to the responsibilities. A big one is managing your ship, which includes resources, but also more general aspects. You have to manage the power distribution and come up with informed decisions.
Deep light,
like reacting to hazards, like malfunctions, fire, low energy, but also calling out items that need repair and maintenance. You will delegate the rest of your crew to keep your ships intact, like giving clear priorities of what needs to be done first.
So we've got two types of engineers, which are kind of the same type of engineer: pre-planning, logistics, and like the hot fix repair stuff in the field. And then you've got the chief engineer. So managing is more kind of like somebody who's managing all of the repairs being done at other places. Hey, Luna Maria.
Let's take a look at another video here. So
I hope they eventually move away from the beam everything approach to the game systems. They will to a degree, but beams are always going to be the core of how things get done because they're easy to do. They don't require specific animations, which can break things. And they're a classic sci-fi trope. So, but like, I don't think you're going to ever get a situation where you're going to hand
producer, and converters. You can tell the current state of the item. That means the amount of energy it produces, consumes, or has stowed. The health state it is in, the current wear and tear on the item, and the current state it runs in, like charging or being in an idle state. You can directly interact with these items, turn them on and off, and in the future even switch their states.
If you just had a hang up, it's Twitch. It's the ingest service for Twitch. Maybe Twitch and YouTube, but they've been having problems. It wasn't just me either. I've been seeing other Twitch streamers having the same problem. So,
if you hover,
if you don't fill an electrical component with energy while it's being connected to such systems, no, it's not. It's not a stupid reason. It's exactly just you don't do that because you'll get hurt. It's also it's a video game. Like at a certain point, you're gonna have to make like some sort of like how do I put this concessions for the fact that you're going to have players being able to do things, and you don't want to have somebody who is like literally a mechanical engineer or a mechanic, or you don't want people to have degrees in or like extensive experience in IRL situations to be able to do those games. That's not how that's supposed to work. DCS is great, but there's a reason why DCS is a niche game, because it's very much that kind of thing.
Over a relay that I will be hopefully doing soon.
That's real life.
You will also see that.
Why they remove the part in the game? Because it forces players to take the time to remove it, so that you have to have the removal and then repair, because they also want to do subcomponents and stuff like that. It also allows for people to swap out to newer components if they need to, so you can just pop it out and just pop a new one in rather than having to repair it in situ. It's about timing and about balance, is what that is.
The amount of users that are still active and because a relay consists of several fuses. Basically, they're their own set of lives. And here you see all the details. And you can click on the items to see a 3D render of the power plant here, the quantum drive, sorry. And here's the relay overlay. Here Pete shoots a relay to show the UI updates on the screen. So once this relay got shot at, you will see the update here on the UI that suddenly the entire right-hand side of your ship lost power connection. And what you might have not picked up on the screen is that actually the power plant here that I'm now focusing on is on low health. So I'm commanding Simon to repair the power plant to get it fully operational again.
Yeah.
So something to highlight.
Looks like you don't have to pull it out. It looks like you can just repair it in situ. There we go.
Here, take a closer look at the doors.
That's also work in progress, so that might make sense, especially for larger stuff, though. I can still see the ability or the value of pulling it out, or CIG requiring it to pull out certain components and stuff like that as well. So
since we also track the door states, you see that you can watch movement inside your ships now nicely. So you can track players moving around in your ship, and even close doors for them, or like compartments in this case.
That's
where
cool shit.
Simon just forgot to close the compartment. Yeah, so Pete destroyed the relay, but we need the ship in fully functional state. So yeah, I'm running now with a fuse and place it in the relay, so make the relay work again. What you can also do with the doors is that you can create safe pathways, because you sitting at this engineering screen have more information in regards to your ship than the others. So you open doors to create a path that the players on your ship have to take. Now
it's not an effective method, Del. I agree 90% of engineering needs to be accessible, but the last 5 or 10% should be complex enough that only a few excel at it, but only give a small advantage you might need in very critical situations. But that's not something you need to do with a version 1. You just need to get the basics in for version 1 and then figure out how to put in the niche, which I think is where the subcomponents comes in, where each individual component can have subcomponents which they can be tweaked and then improve certain things like power output or efficiency or whatever. Like there's going to be some aspects to it, but that's mostly in the pre-planning stage rather than the rest of it. So also things like power distribution, being able to pull power from one system to another pretty rapidly and that kind of stuff. So
now to the room view. That is mainly the life support controls plus controlling all doors. Again, we show the details of each room, like the temperature, pressure, atmosphere composition. So everything that is relevant for like you living on a ship. We also show the door states where you can now have precise control over each door in your ship, as you see here. This will also allow you to have more control over which door or compartments to open. So here, again, showing the opening the power plant. That also helps very much in already telling players, hey, you should repair this item, so I open that door for you, and they directly know which item you mean. It also allows us to control like the outside-facing doors much better. So
I want there to be rumors of a legendary player who can overclock capital shields like no one else can. Just going to be more of a like this sort of thing where you're like being able to access, doors, vent, you've got fire on this deck. You'll be able to know which doors to vent really quickly, where to direct your NPCs and or players who are going to go do repair crews and do those quickly, the order upon which you are going to repair your ship as it gets damaged or difficult or other things, how you're going to distribute power to different resources in the ship at any given time. That shit's complicated. That's going to get really complicated really quickly, especially in stressful combat situations or just stressful situations with things like solar flares or other atmospheric or space-based phenomena, which might cause some problems for your ship. So
you can directly open.
Oh, definitely be in
the
ring commitment
open the left side ramp or the front side facing ramp or the back facing ramp.
I don't think we'll get it in 3.22, but I think we'll get it next year.
So we did it last year already, but let's make our crew suffocate again. So the moment that you
stop killing people,
helmets, and
Thorsten,
now me pressing the cycle button, you see that the entire atmosphere in this room is vented. And yeah, well,
if the music is warping but my voice isn't, reset your clear your cache for Twitch, because that's a Twitch issue. It's an ongoing Twitch issue that's happened for 6 years. It's been as long as I've been streaming.
The consequence is death.
Does this mean that the engine tuning kit reward will be real? Yes.
So, as you can tell, engineering gameplay will bring a lot of changes. Some of those changes are adding batteries to ships that will allow you to get a little bit of extra power for a short amount of time. Allowing you to control items directly, where it's not only their on-off state, but also their resource consumption. And where the biggest change that will come in this update is basically to the resource consumption and generation. So let's talk about energy balance. Currently, ships are balanced such that they consume less energy than they produce. What I mean with that is that the sum of all items requires less energy than the power plant will provide. And this has to change. The energy rebalance that I will explain to you now will affect mainly bigger ships.
Y'all ready for some Elite Dangerous in your Star Citizen?
Seaters will still behave like they do now. For big ships, we will focus on item groups. Those require energy, but your ships will not provide enough energy to have all components.
I struggled with this a little bit from the design perspective. From a design perspective, like from a designer perspective, I mean, you also come from a nuke background, so, or from a not a nuke background, from an actual naval vessel background, where, you know, generally speaking, the Navy doesn't want to design ships that can't power themselves at full operational capacity all the time. That's generally not what you want. What was the aircraft carrier that has like 8 nuclear reactors in it, and it does not need 8 nuclear reactors in it? The Enterprise, yeah, it's like, hey, what's up? You've got enough power to generate to power like Manhattan for a year. She's gone now, yeah. It's the Starfleet method where your backups have backups kind of thing. But in a game system, you want to have that management of, you're not going to have enough power for everything, so you have to turn off your weapons when you go into your FTL, that kind of stuff. So
components run at 100% all the time. Instead, you have to decide what you want to have permanently powered by your power plant. So managing decisions will have an impact now. You could decide, as in this example, to shut down your thrusters to turn on the weapons. Isn't the best choice, since you will not be able to maneuver, so might not help when you are attacked. You would be able to shoot though. And here comes in the batteries. In scenarios where you need to react, you can activate the batteries and use the additional power. Batteries won't last forever, but you at least can power additional systems. You will be able to recharge the battery.
Yeah, this is from CitizenCon. Yeah, the battery stuff sounds great. Having like an emergency, it's basically emergency power. From a typical sci-fi perspective, this is emergency power, where you have the power backup. It's a battery backup. It's a power backup for you to use in emergency situations.
Batteries again, but you need to free up energy from the power plant to direct into the batteries. I think that was a little bit more than just a recap, but now Guillermo will talk about malfunctions.
Suits on, everyone, turning off air support to power the guns. I mean, I don't remember who, there's at least one, if not multiple people in the community who've been like, just go straight up expanse. If you know you're going to a combat situation, everyone put on suits and like decompress the whole fucking ship, because you know you don't want to waste, like you get an impact through and through. That atmosphere is gone anyways, so might as well.
So I will talk.
Remember last year when they talked about the 600i rework? Ships like that are gonna get shuffled around a lot. I never, like, right now they say the Polaris. I think the Polaris probably has the best chance, but anything else that they even hint at is don't even bother. Like the big ships especially, they're hard for them to judge. So
Talk about more functions real quick and get you guys to the next video since we're a bit behind schedule. What are more functions? You've seen Misfires in the persistent universe for seals, for thrusters. You've seen a very basic version of it. We're making them more complex. We're making them more lethal in some ways and more fun to interact with. Also, some of the new functions will include fire, spreading misfires that represent electrical surges going through the ship.
A fire!
Or, signature burst, which increases your signature and makes you show up on enemy sensors more easily. As for how you will counter them, you've seen suffocating people with life support. You will also be able to suffocate the fire with life support, which is probably more useful. You will be repairing them, not necessarily only with a repair beam, but also replacing parts or some bespoke behavior per misfire. And if all else fails, just turn it off and on. And here's a video of the fire in action. You've seen in other videos the fire. This is a small fire. You can just put it out with a fire extinguisher. Pretty simple. It just works.
Oh, thank you, Todd.
Here's a bit of a bigger fire. It might be that you cannot only put it out on your own. So here we have one crew member that's going to try to put it out with a fire extinguisher to mixed results. And here we have the option of using the life support system Thorsten showed up before, and just vent in the area. And now you can see that the fire, once we get to that compartment.
And I strongly agree, by the way, combat will be suits on, Atma out to prevent fire from causing critical damage. That's true. That's another thing. I didn't think of. The fire will cause critical damage as well. The only issue I think can imagine is that you're going to get decompression sickness or some sort of there'll be some sort of consequence where if you get shot in no Atmo, even if you have a suit on. Like they'll probably need to be either a repair or some other aspect that they'll put in there at some point. Probably nothing major, probably something very basic, but
has been successfully put out. Okay, so let's get Thorsten back on stage. You saw a lot of the systems in action, but let's get a video of one of our play sessions.
All the fresh food, yeah.
Probably show it a bit better.
So, yeah, I have to excuse myself already because I was leading this group of players being attacked by the Gladius, and I did a poor job, but more to that in that video. Yeah, Guillermo, we wanted to talk about...
So for this demo, we have modified the damage system slightly to represent impact penetration on a very basic level. So you are going to see that the quantum drive is going to be hit by the Gladius attacking the ship.
So, yeah, being attacked by a Gladius for an A2 isn't like a big challenge, but in this setup we were not like fully staffed. That means we had our engineers running around and yeah, no one being seated in the turrets. So, yeah, our goal was basically to flee the Gladius, and yeah, with the Gladius actually shooting the quantum drive and damaging it, I thought, hey, it's a good idea to tell Pete and Simon to repair the quantum drive as a priority. As you can see, I somehow missed that the habitation room caught fire. I tried to, yeah, well, prevent further damage to it, but yeah, I failed. Yeah, so that was causing a bit to the panic, so I even got distracted in this moment.
How come there's no automatic fire extinguishers inside millions of dollars of ships? Because this is a video game. And they want players to do this. If you want a lore reason, the answer is it adds more expense to the ship. The ships are already expensive to produce and maintain. Adding an additional thing to maintain on top of that is a lot, considering you can just vent the ship. Things like weight and weight is very important in space, as well as like location. You're gonna have to build an entire sprinkler system, which would increase the size of the ship, which would make it less aerodynamic or cost more fuel to run. So it doesn't make a lot of sense when you can just vent the atmosphere from a ship by like just sucking the air out and then starving the oxygen, or do ground control and maintenance teams. There are, I believe, automatic fire control suppressants on larger capital ships, but not on like smaller ships. This is generally as much.
So we managed to have the quantum drive survive, but here I notice, actually the power plant also starts to take damage, and at this moment I'm also telling Pete and Simon to switch their attention to the power plant, because if we lose the power plant, it's also like almost impossible to flee. So here I realize, oh my god, we are going down fast, and I think at this point now...
Eminence Shadow gets it. Who needs safety features when you have
make
Gen Tech?
Access faster, but that was already too late, so the power plant died. And yeah, so the backup is to activate the batteries, which I...
There should be fire safety regulations require all ships to have automatic fire suppression. What is this, fucking communism? In my space capitalism? Fuck you. Fucking regulations. What is this shit? You think this is the people's empire, the United Peoples of socialist peoples of Earth, or is this the United Empire of Earth?
I did here, so Simon and Pete still tried their very best to
what is
fix
this,
it, but yeah, didn't manage to. The attack moved to the forward side.
Besides, it looks like we're going to be doing maintenance on some components already. Who wants to do maintenance on a Halon system as well?
Targeting the batteries, because the player who was attacking us actually knew the ship layout. And yeah, here I noticed that the second power plant is also...
Take one look. One fucking look at any of the landing zones in Star Citizen and tell me there's a fucking space OSHA. Tell me that there's a space OSHA after looking at fucking Orison, the entire concept of Orison, let alone fucking Lorville. There is no such thing as space OSHA.
So got attacked, so have to redirect our mechanics to it, and at this point we wanted to flee, and then I realized why doesn't the quantum drive work? And as you saw, that there is a relay that also got destroyed. So here you see it very clearly that with a relay being destroyed at the quantum drive position, that means that the quantum drive cannot be accessed from the pilot seat. That means that I also had to get that repaired. So it was a bit chaotic. Everything was also happening a bit too fast. Here, trying to save the second power.
Children raised on Orison have a very high GPA. The dumb ones fell off.
Because we were already running out of battery life. So yeah, if we would have lost.
So yeah, there's. I don't think they're gonna have much of a basic sprinkler system just because of they want stuff like this. But I do believe that the larger ships do have them. There's mentions of the Idris and the Javelin having them, so I wouldn't be surprised if they have them. If not just for cinematic purposes from Squadron 42, but yeah.
The second power plant, that would have been our certain death, and I think at in the next part of the video,
as a sprinkler fitter, just the weight of a pipe used in a ship like the Cuddy would be minimum of 2.5 tons.
Be able to jump away.
Yeah, weight is important in space. The less weight you have, the more you can carry, and those sorts of things are important too. So this kind of highlights an issue with 2 power plants not covering full load. One goes down and you're effectively crippled already. Yeah. Hangars should have them in general. I think most landing zones should, but the ships themselves below a certain size, like below capital class, probably don't really have them. You might have them on, I would expect some of them maybe on like an 890, but like Drake. Look me in the eye and tell me that Drake should have a fire suppression system. They don't even have ejection seats. They don't even have escape pods. Fucking, what is safety? And to a degree, Crusader is the same kind of idea. They don't generally deal with safety. Their safety is ruggedness. It's just, Did they do the fire extinguisher over there? That's the thing. It's like, it does make sense in some cases, but for video game purposes and just for like lore reasons, I can see why.
Yeah, so we at least
I also just find it funny that someone would walk up to a Drake dealership and be like, "What is the fire safety rating on your ships?" And just to have them go full Jonah Jameson and laugh and be like, "Wait, are you serious?" Oh, you are. Let me laugh even harder.
managed to save one of the power plants.
5 safety.
Yeah, that's now, I think it was Pete running there and fixing the fuse. And the next step was the pilot trying to push the quantum drive, but it was too late. We died. And the end of the show. Yeah, thanks. So
hey, James.
What you just saw gives a good idea of how busy ships will be and what meaningful multi-crew gameplay will look like. But what about the future? Since we worked on technology that will be used throughout the entire game, you will see more and more coming utilizing this tech. It will introduce systemic gameplay with allowing players to come up with creative ways of manipulating their environments. Sabotaging a power plant or destroying a vital relay that connects it all to shut down an entire enemy base that can include its life support or security systems. It would also tie in nicely with Maelstrom that you just saw, and anything that will break off will lose its connection to the network and therefore have an impact on its functionality.
Oh, fuck. So, I didn't even think about that. Imagine losing half of your ship and still flying. And they're like, oh yeah, the right half of the ship is just gone. What do you mean gone? I mean, like, it doesn't exist anymore. It's just pieces. How are we still flying? The left half still has connection.
So it's a real systemic feature. The technology allows us also to take further steps into the crafting profession as well as in the base building, where both are related to each other. Bases built by player will also form resource networks and come with their unique challenges similar to ships. We are all really excited about the future of this tech and all the associated features. So there's a huge thanks for all people involved. So thanks to the entire EUPU team, the vehicle teams, Jared, active feature team, and the arena commander team.
They talk about base building, yeah, because all of this, the resource system, is going to be added into bases as well. I believe even suits are going to use the resource system for like power, life support, and oxygen. Well, life support is oxygen, but also like cooling and heating. So
they all were super supportive to get this behemoth into a state that you could see here. And it's something that has been a long time coming, and we are really proud of it. So thank you for sticking with us on this journey. Wait, there's one more thing.
Yes?
So we really want to get your hands, we really want you to get your hands on this, because we already had a lot of fun with it. I hope all of you have heard of the experimental mode in the Arena Commander.
Thorsten, yeah.
So we want to bring you what you saw here as an experimental mode before we put everything into the PU.
You were wrong. We're gonna get this as an experimental mode. Maybe before the end of the year. Probably not. But
and this will be soon.
Yeah.
So
my guess is not this year. Probably Q1 of next year, which would still be amazing.
Thank you.
They got to get a bunch of other stuff in there, so. All right, I'm going to use the restroom real quickly, chat. And when I come back, we're going to go with the next one. We're just going to keep going through. What is a Thornton? The Redeemer is on fire, Paul. Let it burn. Oh, let me double check to make sure you're all happy. Yeah, you should be fine.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy. I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Everybody and his dog calls himself an outlaw.
How many noises are being made? All of, oh God. Chat, chill. Chill, chat.
Weapons free, y'all. I'm pilot.
Drugs.
You were so confused. That's how this works. I'm turning it off, chat. Okay. You've had your fun, okay? Cutlass has a toilet. You save your empty water bottles. I did see an interesting one. Nightcop said, I have mild concerns about the experimental mode timelines with this and master modes. How long per ship is to plug is this in? That's a good question. And my theory is that these are more systemic changes than they are per ship changes. But they're also mostly for larger ships, because I don't know if we're going to have the fuse relay system in for smaller ships. So because they originally were doing it on the Hammerhead, and that was showing it on a M2. So I imagine that we're probably only doing it on larger ships, and even the medium ships are probably not too bad, because the medium ships are probably like what? A handful of like 2 maybe relays, and they'll just take up a place of a panel. So am I doing ship giveaways this month? I am, but I'm not going to reintroduce it until after today, because like Saturday is going to be my 24-hour live stream where I'm going to be giving away, CIG is going to give away because they offered to give away a Pisces, a Rescue Pisces, a Cutlass Red, and an Apollo Triage for our 24-hour live stream, raising money for Doctors Without Borders. So if we reach certain milestones, we'll be giving away a bunch of stuff for that. So, as shown by the fact they started this on an HH and now it's on an A2. So why would they switch ship if it's not easy? Why would they switch ship if it was not easy to set one up? Yeah, why would they move from a hammerhead to an H2 to an A2 if they haven't already doing that stuff? So. It's not going to be subs. It's going to be donating through Tiltify. So it's just direct money kind of stuff. So don't use subs if you want to help with that. It'll be through direct donations. Yeah. Does CIG choose the ships for the giveaways? If so, wonder why they chose the Apollo. I actually asked for medical ships. I said, hey, if you do give us some ships, some medical ships to give away, because it's Doctors Without Borders, Médecins Sans Frontières. I can't do my French, but I'll try it. Médecins Sans Frontières. Bingo. How do we enter to win ships? Just be watching YouTube or Twitch? Yep. Or when it's live, be watching that. So. Galaxy Hospital? No, but I'm sure CIG will be watching, and maybe if we... Them biddies.
Don't tell me what to do with my damn money.
Okay, I won't tell you to throw money at me. I'm just telling you that it won't help the cause. CIG will probably be watching. I can't guarantee anything. If we blow past our $5,000 goal, then we'll go for, a solid, I'm sure CIG will be willing to throw some of that stuff in there, so. Luna and you are here for the giveaways, as always. I know that's the reason why I knew everyone's here, is because I do so many giveaways. All right, with that being done, let's go into taking flight. I don't know how many of these we can get through. Probably only 2 or 3, because I do want to also do the read through the monthly reports. So, do we think they're working on the RSI miner? I think so. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. It's my microphone.
Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Bass Yogi.
Fine. These are the wrong slides. Hang on. Well, hello, everyone. My name is Yogi Klatt. I'm a principal vehicle.
Whenever he wears that jacket, it pisses so many people off, and I love it.
Programmer at Cloud Imperium Games, and the focus on space flight and space combat. I really love my job, so this is why I'm really excited to show you the progress that we did on Squadron 42 in the last 2 years. So there's 2 things I need to say here. First thing is, we're doing a live demo, and the build is about 12 hours old, so there is a good chance. There's a good chance for bugs, which, well, if you see them, just look away.
Nothing's wrong with that jacket. It's great.
The second thing is, I'm not flying myself today. It will be Brent Gunzinger.
Well, I like the Scorpius patch. I didn't notice that.
He's using a setup of 2 VKB sticks, so left and right HOSA setup from VKB, and he's also using the fantastic Toby device. So we'll swap during the presentation between using hat tracking and not using hat tracking. Yes. So, but the good thing is, the relationship between you and your Starship, it doesn't start when you take off. It starts way before that. There's a lot of stuff we do now in pre-flight. So please welcome back Ines Caldas, who will walk us through that process.
Is this working? Yes, okay. Hello everyone, it's a privilege to be here back on stage to tell you all about what you can expect about the player interaction experience inside your cockpit.
This is not live. I am not live. This is all pre-recorded. Specifically, Tech Ninja. Specifically.
If you like, I've told you before how we've been working towards improving the player interaction experience all across our game. And we wanted to bring these improvements to what happens inside the cockpit. So we wanted to give you...
a little sad that he said only 3 steps to cold start a Gladius. I need at least 20. Yeah, I'd love for them to make it a little bit more complicated over time, but I also understand that they want to kind of like balance it. I would just love to see them do a cold start requiring more steps, but being faster by hand if you know the levels you're looking at for like power and heat generation. If you can like eyeball the build up versus an auto start sequence.
A greater immersion and... Okay.
She's great.
Okay, yeah, the slides are sorry about that. Yeah, so you want to give you a greater immersion and give you a closer experience to what pilots go through in real life, not only when you're flying around your ship, but the moment you take your seat at the cockpit. So,
like for like just spitballing, an idea that I would have for this is you turn on the batteries, warm up the batteries, double check the batteries. Batteries are on, activate the batteries. Second is use the batteries to start the fusion plant or the power plant. Start it up. You give it a few moments. The power plant kind of slowly cools up. Once the power plant is on, then you start priming the engines. Get the engines warmed up. Once the engines have been warmed up, then you transfer power to the engines proper, and then start up the engines. The engines start up. Then you transfer power from the engines to the thrusters, to the maneuvering thrusters. You do some quick checks to make sure the maneuvering thrusters are moving. You can see the kind of some stuff moving around. Once the maneuvering thrusters have been powered up, then you can power up your shields and the other auxiliary systems in kind of whatever order you want to, and then you're off. That's like 6-7 steps. And then you can do the auto start sequence, which will do it, but it'll take like, a minute or two. Whereas that all of those other things you could do much faster if you wanted to. There should always be an auto start sequence. Just take some time, because it'd be cool to watch it boot up too. So
to achieve this, we've created. When you enter your ship, you'll be put in what we call a new relax pose. So in this pose, you'll have free look enabled, so you can easily look around the cockpit and your dashboard.
But what I just said was is more of a you boop, 2 seconds, boop, 2 seconds, boop, 2 seconds, boop. And then you're done. Like it's a 4 or 5 button sequence.
The prompts will be showing over the buttons so you can easily find the ones you have to interact. And you, the pilot, have to press all the different buttons to get your ship ready for flying. And the character hands will be...
Did no one notice that Gladius lost 2 MFDs? It's because a lot of the MFDs are now placeable on your HUD, on your visor.
Lowered away from the control stick. So all of this blends...
We would just set up macros? Yeah. You could, but the auto sequence also works. So you could do, I'm not saying take away the auto sequence. I'm just saying you can do it, but you still have to set up the macros for it.
Neatly into our new player animated interaction system, whereby any button is now physically pressed. So this new system uses what we call a CDIK approach. This stands for code-driven IK, or inverse kinematics, and gives full control of the IK setup to the code. So this, among other things, allows us to record the path of the hand relative to its target. So we can have more detailed animations than just simply blending the hand into position. So for example, we can open a flap and then press the button. But
don't even press a button. But the difference would be if you do the kind of manual startup sequence, you'd have to time it properly, or at least see it. And the changes would be in things like power distribution, because batteries or it might take a little bit longer here or there to power up the main reactor or the engines because they're a little worn, so it takes a little bit, whatever. There's other aspects you could do to throw it in there, that kind of stuff. So yeah, starting up damaged components and stuff like that. So a player would be able to kind of see that and then still be able to start it up faster, whereas the ship systems would just take a little bit longer.
But, enough of me talking. Let's go jump into the demo and see all of this in action.
Flight checks limited. I don't want DCS. I know. Night Cobb would love DCS, but I do think that it would add some credence to players learning how their ships function and learning how their ships play, because that adds more connection to your ship. If I can start up my ship in 1.5 minutes, the auto sequence takes 3, so I can do it in half. So
no.
When do you think we'll see these new animations? This year. I mean, this is all stuff for Squadron, so it's just a matter of mapping it in game. So
Brand very kindly will get us into the ship, where you'll see the new enter sequence, and you'll see the new animations we have been working on.
Also tells new players the things that are in the ship already. Yeah. I don't think it would be fun. I don't want to play DCS because I want to read a massive manual to play a game. Yeah, but I mean, that's the thing. Is like, I don't think you should have... I think you should have auto startup, and then you should have manual startup. And auto startup is just going to take a little bit longer time, whereas manual startup can give players who know how to work a little bit extra. But, if you're just just starting up, you hit the button, it goes through its little buttons, and it goes boop, 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 boop. You can see all the lights flashing, and you get a little bit of cinematic experience. You go, oh, hey, that's cool. And you can just kind of watch things and go up.
So
it's just
you can
only like
see
for those
now that you won't directly grab the control
small
stick.
stuff.
You'll be put on this relaxed pose with free look enabled, and you can see the different prompts appear over the buttons. So let's get this show started and get your ship ready for flying. So, Brand, if you could close the canopy.
Yeah, provide options. This thing. Yeah.
We don't go flying around with that open. Power our systems.
Hey, sorry, off topic, but CIG is called the Microtech, AirCorp, and Orville Super Earths. Yes. Got me thinking about scale. I think planets are 1/6. Will it be that scale as well? Yes. Earth will be 1/6 the scale. All the planets and moons, I think moons are 1/6, and I think planets are 1/8 the scale. Like, moons are bigger than they normally would be, and the planets are, moons are slightly bigger in terms of the scaling, so.
Oh, look at that. And finally, turn our entrance. Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all. So
Power on.
Oh, look at that. And finally, turn our entrance. Yeah, so you are now ready for flying. So we will be bringing all of this to all of our ships in our fleet. And that's all from me. So please join me in welcoming to the stage Tony to tell you all about the new UI.
Yeah, this needs to get implemented. There's a bunch of stuff that needs to happen before we get these IKs.
Hi everyone, my name is Tony. I'm senior UI programmer here at CIG. And I'm here to explain some of the spoilers that you saw yesterday about our new ship UI. So, are you ready to see the ship UI in action? Right. Bone, play the demo. Brand, continue with the demo. So, as you can see already, this ship has less intrusive UI, with more space to enjoy the stunning vistas that planets can offer, and less cluttered views so you can focus during combat. This also means that the UI elements are now more relevant to the situation, linked to the operator mode. For example, when we change to scan mode, the crosshair has scanning information about your target, and even the MFDs have changed. Some of these elements can be customized, but we'll see more about that later.
Nice.
For this demo, we're showing the UI developed for this Gladius. Basic information related to navigation will always be.
So will Earth be fully explorable at that scale, or will it be landing zones only? Almost certainly, I don't think you'll be fully exploring Earth, because Earth is not just Earth, it's the capital of humanity. So I imagine there are some significant flight restrictions on going to Earth. It's like generally speaking, you can't just fly wherever you want around, Paris or London or New York or Washington, D.C. or Moscow or Beijing or Tokyo or Sydney or, major cities, generally speaking, don't have that. I think we were a little spoiled with Star Citizen because we have that ability with the systems we have now, with the cities we have now. But I do think that, like, it's not too unreasonable to have those sorts of things. Because, the other thing is, like, Microtech is not controlled by the UE, so they can do what the fuck they want. Hey, Tree, how you doing?
Available on your view, and this Gladius displays all of that with holograms around the dashboard. But
who will control that? The UE? Yeah, they'll also have big guns to shoot you with if you violate the airspace.
Different layouts and styles.
Not everyone left Earth. No, Earth is still populated. It's just most of the people who live on Earth are government workers.
With the manufacturer. For example, the Drake that makes more affordable ships.
I see potential for landing hologram. There is going to be a landing hologram.
Rather than fancy and probably expensive.
How this affect Merc's missions? You have to do an automatic startup for your ship every time you take off. A ton of time for each mission. Yeah, that's kind of the thing, TK. Like mission, like time in Star Citizen is going to everything in Star Citizen is going to take you longer. It's just you're also basing it off of the current system, which is buggy and problematic because there's lots of other factors. But if you're doing a Merc mission, like I would say an average mission in Star Citizen will probably take about an hour to complete. 30 minutes to an hour based off of their current kind of thing. So
holograms may use physical screens, dials, and light indicators. This dashboard shows your current speed, the remaining afterburn, and some decoys available.
No problem, Chris, man.
On both far sides, we have status indicators that will show things like if your landing gear is on or any other flight systems.
I like the holographic stuff.
Worth mentioning that we have prototyped these for the demo, so right now they're holograms, but on the final design, these are going to be physical screens.
Oh, there'll be physical screens. That's cool.
On the far left, on the top of the dashboard, we have the indicator of which master mode and operator mode are you on. So let's change that to combat and talk about these new MFDs. So we have reworked all of these MFDs from scratch with brand new views using our UI technology building blocks. We can still navigate through these MFDs using the classic mouse interaction, holding F and then moving the mouse. On the left here, we can see the scanning view, which is going to show information that you obtain when you scan a target. It may show information about the ship name, the pilot name, or even the current operator mode of your target, so you know if they're just chilling around or they are ready to fight you. Cycling to the left one, we have the target status, which will focus on emissions, damage, and orientation of your target. We'll see that in action later. The next one, continuing to the left, will be the self status, which is contextual. So during navigation, that will show your current fuel, but during combat, like right now, we'll show you.
It can never be only government workers. Maybe the majority, they still need a society exist through different professions. Yeah, I mean, it's mostly government workers. That's the main profession. But there's also, other jobs to support government, those employees and stuff like that. But Earth is not really the same kind of, it's not really the center of the UEE. It's the center of UEE government. But like trade and commerce is really more centered on Terra and Stanton. Because Stanton is the heart of capitalism in the UEE. Like, I cannot oversell the amount of fucking companies that live on ArcCorp alone.
Information about your guns. You can click on the gun, and you can see basic information about that. You will see the name, and you can also see in which group.
I hope content gets immensely better then. I couldn't imagine taking an hour to earn less money and be bored to boot. That's the idea. I mean, there's a lot of the stuff we're seeing is like in game right now is very basic, but they want to do things like multi-stage missions that have multiple difficulty levels where you have different interactions. You also have things like larger events and like raids, that kind of thing. So, hey, thank you for gifting 20s. Woo-hoo-hoo! Woo-hoo-hoo-hoo! Woo-hoo! Jesus Christ, Grizman. Just dropped 20 memberships. Jeez, God, fuck. Like, woo. Yeah. Thank you.
They are assigned, which Yogi will explain later.
But no, like you got to remember, like the missions are going to get more improved. We may even see an improved amount of money you're going to make. We just don't know exactly how that's going to work yet because they're kind of working on the ad economy right now. What would be the Earth equivalent to Pyro? Mogadishu? Gaza? The front lines of the Ukrainian-Russian war? Like, not even Detroit. That's Magnus. Like, Detroit doesn't have the kind of violence that Pyro has. Ohio. The Strait of Somalia. Yeah. Like, think about the most dangerous places right now to live, like where active violence is going on, and that's probably what Pyro is like. Florida. Australia, no, because Australia has things that want to kill you that live there. Nothing lives in fucking Pyro except for the whip crab and everybody else who wants to kill you. Add to that reputation, yeah, reputation, that kind of stuff. So, that's just an abandoned husk. That's what Magnus is. New Jersey.
On the MFD on the right side, we have the power management.
I guess that plays into what you were talking about the other day, them wanting to move to another planet to be a big deal. Yeah. Anything like planets themselves are their own mission stuff. So like most people's lives will live around a planet and then maybe a different system. But like if you move from planet to planet is a big deal, and moving from system to system is huge. Like moving to planet to planet in Star Citizen is going to be like moving from system to system in Elite, where it's like, you can do it, you just don't do it often unless you're really moving to like do another mission somewhere else. And it's got to be worth it. And then if you're moving from like across the system, like from one system to like 10, 20 systems across, it would be like moving from system to system.
Where we can distribute the power of different systems of the ship. You can click on the triangle and move it around to change the distribution, and you can turn down the total power of the ship that will generate.
Space Australia is Lear. We've already decided that. All right? The Lear system is Space Australia.
The classic key bindings that you all know already works. So when you change the power management, you will see now a triangle on top of the radar to show you the changes. Now, instead of using mouse, you can also use key bindings to select MFDs and cycle through the views, which might be faster when you are in certain situations, like during combat.
You're talking about green Mistral. Vegas or Risa, that's green, which is in the Ellis system. It's where the Murray Cup is held. It's Pleasure World.
And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them. And I really hope that more than...
What did he say?
Navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate 100. To navigate through there, we have added about 100 like during combat. And for those pro players out there, we have added about 100 key bindings, and I mean 100, to navigate through all of these systems. So you can fully customize how you want to navigate through them. And I really hope that's more than enough to use on your keyboard, on your HOTAS, or even on your game class setup. But if you need more, just let us know.
I need a Stream Deck now. Actually, I do have a Stream Deck. I need another Stream Deck. I need to start using it. Loken! Welcome everyone from Loken Stream. Welcome to the Office Hours. My name is Paul Berserker01 Batman Shelley, your humble host and space partner here at the AstroPub. This is where we talk about the latest lore and news updates for Star Citizen. Good lordy, we've had a lot this week. Pyro was released for testers. Thank you so much for that raid from everyone from Loken Stream. Welcome. Then we've got this.
You can take away my spaceship.
Ship.
You can take away my space suit.
Suit.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No pew-pews.
But you can never.
Never.
Ever.
Ever.
Take away my space game.
Klepta_ just resubscribed for 5 months. When in doubt, subscribe it out.
When in doubt, subscribe it out. Thank you so much. I need a space cowboy hat. Sorry, what?
68 just gifted 5 subs.
Sorry, you said what? Thank you so much, Cindy, for Silky, for gifting those 5 subs. You're a very important pupper, very impressive pisser, very good pedestrian. You rock. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. There's another Cindy Sanderson as well. This is Texas. I got this when I moved to Texas, and I've never regretted it. I've had other fellow Texans be like, "This is a tourist hat." I'm like, "You're goddamn right, it is." Waiting for it. Waiting for it. There it is.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my
I love that they feel compelled to correct you for the record.
You can take away my space lasers. But you can never, ever take away my space.
What? That this is a tourist hat? You're a long way from Magnus. Does that not make you a tourist in Texas?
Sandy Sanderson just resubscribed for 17 months.
Thank you so much, Sandy, for that 17 months of support. You're all very important pubbers. Very impressive pistons. Very neat pedestrians. You're all shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. 100 new keybinds. Oh, God, fuck. That's going to be a pain in the ass. All right. When the cat finally gets its detachable CM, you'll probably require a checklist that takes 30 minutes to fill out. Yeah, the detachable, well, there's also going to be the whole like modularity stuff. I believe the easiest and simplest way to deal with modules and like insurance will be that you can just add modules to your current insurance, but it'll increase the cost. So your insurance will go up based off of the modules you have. Same with like equipment and stuff like that. It's a simple solution because, you know, it's how Elite does it. It works for Elite. So why break it? If you want to go crazy, then just add different insurance providers. Different rates for different insurance providers. Is insurance salesman a profession? No, but I wouldn't be surprised if they had insurance missions. Insurance adjuster missions. Logan, how was it? How was your stream? What were you up to? Please tell me. It's a Drake, no checklist, just one handle and no warnings. Wait, which system is Space Texas? I like to split up Space Texas into 2 different parts. Space Texas, if you're talking about like Dallas and Austin and Houston and San Antonio and El Paso, like you know, the cities of Texas, is very much Terra. In fact, Terra even has New Austin in it, which is the headquarters of Origin Jumpworks, actually. So there's definitely some Space Texas there. It's kind of this Wild West vibe in there. But it's also Constantinople, you know, Istanbul, Byzantium, kind of, that's what its original kind of origin is. And then the more wild parts of Texas, the more free roam and, you know, get shit done and working on the ranch or, you know, the farm. That's Is it? That's Bremen. They even have the Texas Rangers, which is the Bremen Defense Force. So. SRV is in. You can do repos now. Yeah. There we go. Because we know that Bremen has got some sort of Texas because the frickin' the founder of Consolidated Outland, who's from Bremen, sounds like Matthew McConaughey. There's no way that's not Space Texas. All right.
For each operator mode, we now persistently save which views are shown on each MFD. So you can customize what's important to you for every situation. So as an example, during combat, you might want to have target information on your MFDs, but maybe when you change to quantum travel, have your current fuel, spend some time on the configuration screen, for example. Let's talk about this configuration screen. We're going to have now here a variety of options, from customizing UI elements to enable systems of the ship. We may see some of these later in action with Yogi. These settings are now available on this screen, not in the global settings of the game, for quick access. So just as a warning, expect changes on the settings that you already know, but we'll tell you all about it when we have it ready.
Are we changing the gameplay to be an MFD? Like the gameplay option is to be an MFD that you select per ship?
And the important bit about this is that they will persist to your ship.
All right,
so you can keep different setup of which UI elements and even ship systems enable for how you personally use each of your ships. Now, some of you might be thinking that this Gladius doesn't have enough MFDs. Can we enable the top setting?
Yes!
For those of you that you want to see even more information, you can now cast versions of these MFDs to your helmet.
When they freaking talked about that in the monthly report, I'm like, these fucking mad lads, there's no way they're doing this. Are they actually putting that on the helmet? And now actually seeing it, I'm like, I feel so fucking justified reading the goddamn monthly reports. This is the reason why you need to like actually read the monthly reports, y'all, because or have me read them to you. Because like this was in a monthly report 3 months ago.
For this, you're gonna need to equip the appropriate helmet, so it's connected to your ship and I can get all this information. You can use the key bindings, as I mentioned before, so you can select which cast do you want to control and how to cycle through them. So you can pin views that are important to you that will move with your camera. So as you have seen, if you're aiming at the target or if you're moving with your head tracker, those views are going to be always with you.
Oh, fuck me. That's cool.
With all these tools, you can customize your experience and have it ready for every situation that you encounter with your ship, always displaying the relevant information to you. So for example, during combat, you may want to have all the UI elements enabled, all the pips, all the crosshairs, so the information of your ship on the physical MFDs, and maybe focus on the target information on your cast, so they're always on your view. But maybe when you go to quantum travel, you can turn those casts off so you can enjoy the vistas. That's all from me.
That plug is also for, we're going to be reading the monthly report later tonight too, so stick around.
Now we have MFDs ready, and let's bring Yogi back to tell you all about flying your ship. Thank you very much.
Okay, at this point, our ship is fully.
You need to be able to cast the radar to your helmet while you're out of the ship.
So Brent, please take off, put the landing gear in, and bring us out. Have you seen the interaction? This is great, isn't it? Okay, so one of the problems we always have in space games is to produce a sense of speed. Space is big, And the sense of speed is always produced by, small things going around.
Pyro.
So although it's not very visible here, the VFX team has actually added space dust. So in the future, you can tell where your ship is going, even without looking at instruments. Another thing we're focusing on as well is G-force reactions. So Brent, if you could come to a stop for a second. When your ship is sitting like that, and you strafe left and right, you have these small head motions that basically make your head and your body react to the G-forces they're currently enduring. We're actually increasing them now. We also added rotational G-forces into the mix, so if Brent is now rotating the ship to the left, you also can see that your head is swaying a little bit. Things get a little bit more interesting when Brent is actually taking boost into the mix. So if he now boosts forwards, we now added a camera shake, we added FOV changes, and this all then plays together with the other things like, the other exhaustion effects that we have. So overall, the ship should now feel a little bit more reactive than before. The same thing, sorry.
I know a lot of PvP players will be upset about that because they turn off all of this sort of simulation stuff and there's as much advantage as possible. They're going to probably make those mandatory now.
At the same time, we reduce the extensions that that the look-ahead code is doing. So we basically narrowed it down a little bit so it mixes better with G-force reactions, so that even when you don't have a head tracker or something like that, it will still feel pretty good. But this is just a minor change. We also improved the flight controls themselves. So take a look at the speed gauge, for example. It's a little bit twitchy today. What that speed gauge is telling you, the number that's currently moving, is what kind of speed goal Brent is actually putting in. If he puts his stick all the way forward, the left one, you will now be able to see and read the number that you're asking IFCS to speed and forward momentum. This also allows us to bring back the sticky throttle we had pre 3.5. Where now, if you play with mouse and keyboard, you can press W and S to increase and decrease your speed and let go of the key, and the ship will not automatically come to a stop. Of course, this is all completely configurable, so you can enable that or not if you want.
Oh. I love sticky keys. Or sticky keys. Sticky throttle. Those are great.
Okay, Brent, give me some hard flying now, like blackout and all that. Okay, so another thing we changed in the flight model is that we actually looked at the tricoding exploits. These are really important for PvP and racing players among you, because tricoding gives us a mathematical problem that we're trying to resolve on some ships.
So tricoding is something I've been learning to do. I've always known to do a little bit, but it's to a degree. I think the same thing is it's called 45s. Most PvPers will call it 45s. And doing your 45s is, if you go pitch up, it takes you like 7 seconds. If you pitch to the right, it takes you about 5 seconds or like 10 seconds. But if you pitch up and to the right, it takes you 3 seconds to turn. So that's really what tricording is. It's increasing your double, like doing double your pitch, or double, like using multiple thrusters to move in a single direction. So you'll move faster, so you'll be able to turn it much faster. And the faster you turn, the more you can get your guns on target. The more guns on target, the more you're going to win a fight. So it's all about like using as many thrusters at one time as possible is what it does.
When you tricord, you get actually up to 50% more acceleration. That huge difference actually makes a lot of the ship difference meaningless. So we're cutting back on those. So a first implementation of that is already available in the master mode testing areas in 3.21, I think.
I think they're still going to make it better, but it's not going to be as good as it used to be. They're going to try to make it more like flight, like a real, like flight in atmosphere than it is in flight in 0G.
But we're improving the algorithm right now so that it actually is less punishing in future master mode builds. This is actually a current version, so as long as you go roughly forward, you get the full Gs from your back engines. Okay, so now the biggie in the room. We're talking master modes. Master modes is by far the biggest change we're doing on the ship gameplay. In general, all of your ships will be put into, or will get a master mode setup. And the master mode is affecting basically everything surrounding everything on the ship. The ship itself, the flight model a little bit, but specifically the items and what they do. And there are two master modes we're going to talk today about. One is SCM, which stands for Space Combat Maneuvering, and the other one is Navigation. So let's look into SCM. SCM is the mode that Brent currently has active. So you see the, Brent, can you go into the indication, please, for the master mode? Just point with the mouse there, if you can.
I saw some X-Fighter pilots somewhere, as at least they claim to be, arguing with people who are saying that the pilots should not get a head shake because of strapping in, etc.
Yeah, so this is your current master mode. It says SCM. When you use SCM for basically all the game.
Yeah, but it's not cinematic. Like, your head's moving because they want to make you feel like you're in the cockpit moving around, even if you would actually be strapped down, or if your head wouldn't be moving because you're trained to, or whatever. Like, yeah, whatever. It's CIG's game at that point.
Play that is not traversal.
Track order is more about translation, but they're also limiting it in a way that the way altitudes sum up, the way attitudes sum up. I don't see what you're saying with that, but yeah.
So combat.
Really, which channel? I don't know. I don't know what Raphael's talking about, though.
Mining, salvaging, you're using it for that. You have full access to your combat system. Your shields are working.
The shaking is a bit extreme, though. They'll tile it in if they need to.
Your thruster boost is fully active. Your weapons are working. It's the high performance, high alertness mode that you're in. However, we will heavily
Yogi and all of them use head tracking for most part. I'm not worried. I like the immersion of the effect.
Restrict how fast we can go. We can go with your ship. Okay, Brent, go to
attitude as in rotation knows authority.
So
okay,
I know what
you're
on
saying,
max speed
James.
and SCM can reach about 225 meters per second. That might seem slow compared to what you have in the Pew right now, but it's still pretty fast. However, you can extend that speed. Brent, if you just go forward and boost. So the Gladius can extend up to 550 meters per second. On this slide here, you can see the speed spaces we're talking about. So if you're just flying around in SCM, which is like the max speed of your ship, you can reach the 225 meters per second. If you boost, you can reach up to 500 or 550. However, that boost space is not spheric. That means
it's an egg.
Boost forward, you reach higher speeds than if you boost backwards. That's really important for space combat maneuvering, or for dogfighting in general, because it discourages backstrafing. It actually punishes backstrafing, and it creates more interesting combat maneuvers.
Man, basically what Yogi is saying is everything I learned in PvP 101 is going to be fucking wrong when Master Modes come out. They basically said, hey, we don't like how any of this works in Star Citizen currently. Fuck you. And they're currently completely changing it. Like, goddamn. I mean, I like it.
The PvP players among you, they basically call this encouragement to closing the gap, which is basically more forward-centric combat, which is much more exciting than backstrafing and just trying to get some shots on. It also forces you as combat players to commit to the decisions you did earlier.
Yogi, from what I've gathered and from the people I know who are more in depth in these sorts of things than I am, that he really is trusted by the community for these sorts of things. So it's interesting.
The fight. So it's going to be, we think it's much more exciting. Okay. So, in short, you pick SCM when you need to fight, or when you want to fight, or when you need to fight, right? The thing with the master mode switches is that they do not happen instantly. They take a while to move over. So we're now going to put our ship into the second mode, which is navigation. So navigation mode is basically the opposite of SCM. What this does, it gives you a high-speed, low-performance mode. Your shields, they will collapse. Your weapons will not be able to fire. Your defensive systems will not be functional, but you have higher speeds. So in nav mode, you can still reach the speeds of what you have currently in the PU, something, I mean, depending on the ship, sometimes 1,000 meters or 1,400 meters per second. But all your regenerative systems, so regenerating the weapon capacitor, your thruster boost, will be inhibited. So this means when you want to go fast, you need to be very, very careful when you want to swap over.
Your copy machine
so imagine
will not
you're
work.
in a fight and you want to escape. You should not do it right away, because if you just swap to navigation mode in the hope to flee, you are being left with no shields. And the first thing that will go offline when you are hitting with distortion guns is the quantum drive. And that is important because the quantum drive will spool automatically up when you enter nav mode, and it will then unlock the higher speeds. So this means when you're in nav mode and you're fighting, you're very vulnerable, so you should get out as fast as possible. Luckily, navigation mode not only allows you a higher speed, but also gives you access to the new quantum travel experience, which we're going to show in a minute. So that is nav point that you see there on screen. This is the point where I want to go to and quantum travel to. Before we do that, I need to quickly explain what this is about. So currently in the PU, when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually not really moving. You're going on a spline, and you're teleported in every frame along that spline. So there's basically no meaningful gameplay we can add there. The new quantum travel experience is fully physicalized.
Nice.
Physics is always on, which means when you quantum travel from A to B, you're actually accelerating using our awesome physics engine. And because it's physicalized, it gives us...
This was kind of a shock to hear that the current QT is just a skip. Not really, and that makes sense.
It gives us a lot more meaningful gameplay we can play with. So Brent will start the quantum travel in a second. What will happen then is your quantum drive will initiate the jump. You will see an effect that distorts the space around you, and you will accelerate forward. During the acceleration process, and so this is the time until you actually reached your cruise speed.
Does that mean we can use elevators in QT now? I think so.
The ship will experience forces, and you as a player, you're responsible.
Basically, stay and fight or run and die? Not necessarily, because if you're running, you can get up to higher speeds than your opponent can. So as long as you avoid getting hit while you're fleeing, or make a distance, manage to get some distance from your opponent, and then decide to disengage, you'll be able to escape. But it's going to be a lot riskier to try to escape unless you plan to escape. You have to plan an exit to your fight rather than just trying to run. If you just try to rabbit, you're going to get chased down. So,
to counter these forces. So there is an element of failure. Okay, Brent, let's show that. And take your hands off.
Warp. I like this new effect. For those of you who don't know, quantum travel is literally warp travel. It is the... Oh God, what is it called? There's a name for it. The Alcubierre drive. This is an Alcubierre drive, is what it is.
So what you just saw is basically the failed attempt to quantum travel. Brad wasn't countering the forces, therefore he was thrown out, the quantum bubble collapsed and threw you out. Your ship doesn't like that. IFCS needs 5-6 seconds to recover from that, during which time you're just tumbling, right? So and this is not just like dependent on your skills. If you think selecting a proper quantum drive doesn't matter in the future, think again. You want to take care of your quantum drive. You want to repair it and keep it in good shape. So if you buy a cheap one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder. Okay, so Brent shows how it's done properly.
So a big question about the Aaron Halo now. If quantum is physicalized, you're going to run smack dab into the Aaron Halo, and you're going to have to either traverse around it or through the gates. That's the point of the Aaron Halo, of the Aaron Halo gates. That's cool to me. Oh crap! You changed the oil.
You can take away my spaceship.
I've been saying this
take away my space suit.
For a while.
You can even take away my space lasers.
No PPUs.
But you can never, ever take away my space game.
Vasco just resubscribed for 6 months.
Thank you so much, Broken AR, for that 6 months of support. You're a very important pub, a very precipice, a very pedestrian. This is your fault. We're drinking night. Shots and cheers in chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. So, Star Citizen is a game of logistics. The more you plan, the easier your time is going to be. The better you're going to have an experience. You can go off and just have dumb fun and do crazy stuff, but you're not going to advance as much. You're going to have other problems. Like, you're going to have to do pre-flight checks. You're going to have to go through your ship and double check the health of all of your different equipment to replace like subcomponents, repair things, make sure you have enough fuel, food, those sorts of things. There'll be processes because they want engineering to be a thing. And that's an entire gameplay loop. It's a horror Tarkov game set in a crumbling dystopia. Yeah. You're going to spend more time preparing for a mission than in the mission itself? Not necessarily. But if you want to have that kind of quick experience where you just get into a ship and fly around, CIG has you there. They want you to be part of a team. They want you to work with other players. So if you're part of an organization or a small group of players, and you have somebody who really likes engineering and they do all your pre-flight checks for you, when you hop on, they can be like, yo, bud, got your ship ready to go. You're good to go. Everything's all topped up. Have fun. Because there'll be people who play just for engineering because they like that kind of thing. And that's where this is going. The idea is play with other people. Have those people who really love this sort of gameplay do that gameplay. And everybody else do the other things they want to. That's the kind of thing they want. And that's the reason why they're making these more complicated. Because if it's a solo play, yeah, it's going to be boring or take a lot of time. If you're playing solo, you got a friend or two. It's an MMO. It's what it's kind of designed to do. AI will help too, but they'll be expensive. Oh, this is, Wait, hold up. Is that what I think it is? Are you going to have to keep it between the navigational beacons?
That's how it's done properly.
Yeah, I know.
Properly. Necessarily be prepared and keep it in good shape. So if
it's good that I
buy a
backed
cheap
it up.
one, your travel will not necessarily be faster, but it might be harder.
I know, Paul, is it?
Okay, so Brent showed how it's done properly.
So to keep the center into the little bubble, little hole. Bubble it up, bubble and bubble. Keep it level. I was wondering what he was doing. I was like, this is weird.
The bubble is locked. You can now go hands off.
And Galactic Elf. That's great. They made a mini game out of fucking Quantum.
Okay, so there's a second variant of quantum travel, and this is for short-range jumps. Sometimes you jump somewhere or you go somewhere, and you see the next point of interest is like 1,200 kilometers away. We're not going to force you anymore to travel that by hand. You will use a technique called quantum boosting. It's a quantum-based short-range jump for like something between a couple of 100 kilometers to like 30,000 kilometers or so.
Hey, Max, doing good.
When you use quantum boosting, the process is practically the same, but the quantum bubble will not stabilize itself, so you need to be hands-on for the whole time, and the speeds are naturally, well, slower, but it's not slow, it's still quantum traveling, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so Brent, can you boost to, oh, reinforcement needed. Yeah, let's go there, let's boost. Oh, actually, sorry. Thank you. Okay, so what Brent is currently showing here is, I think I forgot to mention, quantum boosting works in every direction. You don't need nav points.
Yeah! That's something we knew for a while, but that's good. So yeah, this is the quick boost, the quick quantum.
Brent.
How long until there's a whole guild of people who just plan logistics and plot courses? I mean, there's going to be navigators. Like, people will do the navigation. That'll be a gameplay loop. So yeah. Boasting in all directions will make bounty hunting a decent amount more annoying, though. Unless you've got quantum destabilizers or quantum suppressors, whatever they're called, the quantum stuff. So.
Brent is awesome. Thank you. Okay, so now please boost to reinforcements needed. So if there's enough points and you boost, your quantum travel system will pick that knife point to go to.
That's fucking great. It's that little, like, magnetic system.
Welcome to Pyro 3.
So there's dampeners, yeah.
As you can see, there's a lot of UI happening right now. There's a lot of context there. And this is not an online demo, it's a single player. So that means all these units there, they're friendly and hostiles, they're probably fighting with each other. Which is a good segue to talk about AI improvements. And there's one man who can tell you all about AI. This is the man with the nicest strategy. Well, please welcome Diego Marty Mason.
What the fuck? What the fuck? What? Well, those are pings. Those are weapon hits.
So who's excited to see the new AI changes? Hi everyone, as Yogi said, my name is Diego Marty Mason and I am the AI programmer focusing on the fly combat. Over the past year, we've been working on delivering a thrilling experience to the AI encounters. Let me first walk you through our journey. We first started looking at the current AI behavior in the PU. We quickly realized how uniform fighting was and how we were not using all of the tech available to us to make a more interesting experience. We had the foundation.
This man is insanity. It is insane. Like, this man is fucking great. I've been following this man and his team's complete rework of the AI system, and it is they are very, very good at their job.
And we wanted to learn more about how you, the players, do your combat encounters in the verse. So we did this by getting combat recordings, analyzing videos, and internal playtesting, where we were hammering each other for hours.
They fed your fucking biometric data into the fucking system, chat. They've been teaching the AI how to fight using your own data. And they're still doing it.
It was fun, unless you went up against experienced fighters like
Shut up, Jaded.
Anyway, with all of these data, we started crafting the first prototype, with the focus of bringing...
They should suck then. Okay, let me do it this way. They're looking at the best pilots in Star Citizen and feeding that data in there. Now, do you feel safer? You're gonna have an army of fucking
that human behavior into the AI brain. When the first version was ready to be tested, I handed it out to one of the best internal pilots in the team, Yogi. So Yogi, what?
Okay. I'm going to stop you right there. I'm sorry, Diego, but Yogi is not the best pilot in the internal team. It's Bayor, and it always has been and always will be. Bayor is absolutely nuts with that stuff.
What do you think about my first prototype?
It was an exercise of humility. It was an exercise of humiliation. I hated it, and I blame Diego.
So this was due to the AI being able to keep a good range control and a perfect orbit around their target while maintaining a constant firing solution. Come on, it's a computer. We learned a lot from our initial prototype, and it really helped us to define what we wanted to deliver.
They got the data from fighter flights, so we have a PAL mode. That's great. So you'll all beat the shit out of him.
Where the AI, yet challenging, makes mistakes, just like us humans. We want players to leave every combat encounter with a feel of satisfaction by encouraging you to keep on the move and make use of the vehicle systems available to you, so you can at least try to win the fight.
I mean, the AI will log off when
Let's see how we brought this new iteration of combat to life. We broke down in multiple stages. The first one, interception. Then the main engage phase, which we broke in different tactics: strafer, jouster, chaser, and finally, disengage. Let's switch to the demo. As you can see, Brent has encountered a skirmish. Let's talk more about the combat flow there. Okay, we will start with interception. After acquiring the target, the primary aim is to close the gap with the target. If the AI is already near the target, the interception phase is skipped completely. If it's too far, it will tell the AI to use the new master mode to swap into navigation mode and make use of the full speed to chase, swapping back to SCM mode when we are in a striking distance.
Having known like the little I have learned over the last couple of weeks of PvP, that was painful to watch him disengage like that, especially with ballistics. But I guess he's also in a buck, so.
Leads us to our second phase, engage. Here the AI selects an adequate tactic based on combat environment. These are choosing via the traits and tactic selector system. You've heard more about them in the previous talk by Francesco.
So the trait system that we saw before, that's attached to these pilots. So their own behavior will be determined by other traits, like how aggressive they are, how calm they are, how all that sort of thing. So pilots will start reacting differently. You won't just have the same behaviors. Some of them will just charge right at you. Some of them will try to pull away, so on and so forth. So
let's talk about the strafer. As this is a 6 degrees of freedom game, it's the natural combat shape adopted by pilots. We have related the same behavior to our AI, ensuring also that orbits are closed and adding variations to include rolling. Strafers will break combat if they cannot keep an orbit. So now we see how the Hammerhead is being attacked by Hornets. These Hornets are jousters. Jousters consist of performing straying attacks while outputting a lot of firepower, blowing through, smooth turning, and repeating. We added variations for the more skilled pilots, like skid roll attacks, that provide a spiral-like flight path. Jousters are also good at monitoring for back strafers, so if they cannot get into strike distance, they will just break. And finally, the chaser. Now, Brent is going to get there in a second, but the chaser is going to be the Cutlass, which is following one of the Hornets and is allied with the Hammerhead.
I'm going to be honest, looking at this Gladius HUD makes me nervous. The MSDs are huge. How many cockpits need rework to accommodate the new UI? I don't think it's that. I don't think it's nearly as much as you think. A lot of this stuff was also specifically for squadrons, so I don't think that those reworks will require a ton of time or effort. It's more of just placement and other things like that.
Now we are really far away, 10 kilometers.
Navigation mode, baby.
It will try to always stay on the target 6. The idea is to force the target into a defensive stance by making them turn into the chaser. This maneuver will be seen mainly in squads and atmosphere combat. The final phase, which can happen at any time, depending on the combat situation, is disengage. This phase is triggered based on constantly listening to multiple events in parallel. To name a few: critical health, damage to shields, or weapons depleted. There is also a shorter version of disengage that we call pace breaks, which occurs during long periods of combat due to fatigue, nature of the combat encounters. These pace breaks are short, and the main objective is to perform a simple maneuver to gain a new advantage position and strike again. This new flow is what encompasses the core of our new AI fly combat experience, in combinations with AI traits that will give designers the tools to tailor each combat encounter in the verse. Like, for example, they can choose the ace traits that will allow AI pilots to make use of all of the ship's angular velocity so they can keep a more precise orbit. So for some of you out there, it's going to be a good challenge. While we've been mainly focusing on
The ACE trait is what he talked about.
Fighter behavior. We've also started to follow the same process to other ship types, like gunships and capitals. In the near
Well, we have to account for things like gravity wells when navigating? I think so, yeah.
future, we want to deliver an experience where going against a capital ship like an Idris is a tough fight, that unless you bring the right combinations of tools, meaning ships that are equipped to take down capital ships, you will get demolished by their powerful turrets. Now, after all of the feedback, in our first internal playtest, we've received a lot of constructive and positive feedback. And Yogi's not longer being destroyed by the AI, so I think he likes it a bit more. Thank you, everyone. I hope you enjoy the new AI. And back to you, Yogi.
Well, gravity currently does actually work in the sense of, in terms of like each planet has its own gravity. Right now, the way that quantum is supposed to work is that it uses a bubble of its own gravity to negate mass, or not gravity, negates mass inside of itself to be able to go. So I think things like gravity wells might actually start having a refractive or like a deflective sense, where if you get too close, you're going to have to change your velocity, those kind of things. But I also could be thinking something differently. But when you're in gravity and dogfighting, that's also going to matter. So.
Thank you, Diego. Okay, so now we're going to talk about, we heard about how AI makes my life hard. Now let's talk about how to...
Don't get me wrong, I hope it's easy as that, but I hope that some things are simply poured over, but we don't have, but we only have the Gladius in experimental mode right now. Hopefully the Floodgate, Master Road updates and ships comes up, but I don't know. I don't think it's coming this year.
Return the favor. We're talking weapons. So, the weapon and aiming systems and squadrons, they went through a lot of changes. I can only mention a couple of them, so I will go through them relatively quickly. First thing on our to-do list is basically weapon tuning. At the moment, almost all weapons in the PU are practically the same. In Squadron, that's not the case. Almost all weapons have different properties. They have like different projectile velocities, different DPS numbers. But they're not just different in terms of these numbers. They also feel different. Remember the Cinch cannons?
Yeah, look at the SRV. How does Argo have the best interiors? Because Argo is one of the best manufacturers in the verse. It's simple. I try to understand more, but it needs a master's degree in Star Citizen PvP to parse his PvP skill video titles. I mean, he has a 101 system. You can go through a lot of the early basic stuff, and there is definitely there's about a 30 to 40 minute kind of tutorial that you can that I went through with some of Avengers folks with the A crew, the Avengers squadron. They kind of walked me through it, and I also talked with Ramming Department about this, kind of learning some of this stuff. There's a lot of terminology you have to learn, but a lot of it is pretty simple stuff that you probably already do in Star Citizen. They just put a name to it, and they kind of fine-tuned it. So, have you heard the SRV? I haven't, but I have heard it's like nails on chalkboard. All right, I'm going to be right back, chat. Don't go anywhere. I'll turn on your fun audio. I'll be right back. Tor.
Weapons free, y'all.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
2 words. Distress bacon.
Money.
That's...
I like money. I'm Fly. I'm Pilot.
Drugs.
I like money.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Drugs.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
It was at this moment that he knew he fucked up. It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
2 words.
I'm pilot.
Good news, everyone!
Drugs.
Weapons free, y'all.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Good news, everyone! 2 words. Distress bacon.
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
Drugs.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Drugs.
It was at this moment that he knew.
Weapons free,
He
y'all.
fucked up.
Distress bacon.
Hello. I like money.
Casitas wares.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Casitas wares. If you have coin.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Good news, everyone!
I'm fly. I'm pilot.
Weapons free, y'all.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
I'm just an old-fashioned cowboy.
Bounty hunting is a complicated profession.
Stop it. No more fun. No, I had to use the restroom. All right.
Like a couple of years ago, there were very powerful weapons, but they were extremely easy to use, which made them meta weapons. So we're going to bring the Cinch Cannon back, but we'll make sure that the amount of work you put into these cannons in order to employ them is on par with the other guns. So there's a lot of stuff that we're going to do to make sure that weapons have a lot of pros and cons and avoid meta. Specifically for this build, Brent is equipped with a I think a close and runner laser repeater. Can you fire it once? Yeah. And the other weapon he has is two weapons on the wings, which are Gets cannons, size 3. With one push, they're actually firing 2. So we're also gonna have burst weapons.
Nice.
And so on. Okay, cool. So a problem we have in space games is controlling the engagement ranges, because we want to bring the fights close. But the problem is that, well...
Do you think marking navigation averages will be more of a quantum thing, or do you think you'll make it work more like ways where users collectively document and confirm things? I think it's going to be probably both. Scanning and mapping an area. I've been saying for a while that mapping is what exploration is. Cartography gameplay.
Weapons usually, in order to bring them close, what the game devs usually do is they just restrict the ranges. Like in the PU, a lot of the weapons have exactly a range of 1,400 kilometers, which means often the fights occur at 1,399 meters. This is not a good way for us to control the weapons. And we tried out things like damage fall off, so that bullets get more damaging the closer you are. But the problem there is, how do you communicate that to the player? So we're going to do a couple of different things with that in the future. Let's see when the graph comes on. Okay, so show of hands or show. Which of you has an Ares? Okay, as an Ares pilot, you might know the following problem. You have a target. You're going to aim at it. And then you... This is... What the... Okay, I need to go back. Okay, there's actually some stuff not there anymore, I don't know. What happens when you aim with your crosshair over the pip is that you actually not aiming at the pip. The legacy system gives you a pip which does not show you where the weapon needs the pip. The new aiming system actually produces the pips based on where the weapon sees them and reprojects them on the target. That means the aiming information you're getting is actually much, much more precise. Okay. And this is a very interesting, sorry, I said the completely wrong thing. I'm sorry, I'm nervous. Okay.
It's okay, Yogi, you got this.
Okay. Controlling weapon ranges, sorry. I'll do it now, sorry. Okay, sorry. Okay.
So basically the way the pips currently work is they calculate where you need to fire, but they're not exact. They don't actually tell you. They tell you approximately where you got to fire, which is the reason why when the pips will go kind of kooky and crazy when the movement is off, so it's hard to throw.
Controlling ranges. In the future, all the weapons will get much, much longer ranges. Size 1 weapons will fly to up to 5 or 6 kilometers before the despawn. The way how we do this, how we do this is we're adding spread. Because spread is for us is a very good indication on how to control the ranges. This is not a one-to-one relationship there, so don't worry, you won't get like spread with like 20 degrees offset or something like that. Don't worry, right? But if we compare the spread of the weapon with the target size, we know when the weapon is in range. We know when you actually are close enough so that the majority of your hits can hit, and we're telling you that via the aiming system now. So, Brent, let's go back to the demo. If you get a green pip and a green crosshair, it means you have a high chance of your weapons hitting the target. If Brent takes a little bit of a step back and waits until the pips and the crosshair turn red. This does not mean that the ship is out of range. You can still hit it, but you might waste bullets. This also has the benefit that, I'm not sure if you saw that before, but if you look at how many bullets are in the air, you're actually getting a lot of bullets, a lot more bullets, and it just looks a lot better. Okay, Brent, just kill these guys now. Bam!
Yes. Overpowered. My buck. My poor buck. Look what they did to my boy. They slaughtered him.
Okay, so...
With just one size 2, or size 3.
This one. Okay, the thing you might have seen is that Brent is loaded with size 3 guns on size 3 gimbals. That means we're removing the N-1 system.
Yay!
The reason for that is the original intention of like
you made the
controlling
mistake
the
of
performance
flying
between
Drake.
joystick and mouse players just didn't work out, and the new aiming system is flexible enough to deal with these differences. So we're just removing it and keep going. So, next point, pip grouping. If you have different weapons with different projectile velocities, you will get different pips. Because merging the pips makes no sense for us anymore, because the weapons are going to have vastly different projectile speeds. So if Brent, for example, enables all the weapons now, you get separate pips. So let's talk a bit about pip optimizations here. And this is the thing I messed up before. Again, who is an Aries? If you aim at your target, you get a pip, right? Your Aries owners know that. You aim at the pip, you shoot, you miss. And this is because the pip is not being shown where you need it. In the future, we're actually offsetting the pip where the weapon sees it and then reproject this onto the crosshair. Like that. And when you then hit, you hit. No, when you then shoot, you hit.
Yeah.
And this is, of course, also communicated by the aiming system. So when the pips turn green and when the crosshair turns green, just shoot. Okay, so now to the actual best part. We cannot take down this hammerhead. It's too big for us. But we can cripple it. The weak points on the hammerhead are the turrets. The way we're going to do this in the future is with precision targeting mode. Brent? Enable precision targeting mode? There we go.
Do it, Bone.
What this does, it does 3 things. You get this full zoom on the target. You get a lower RPM of your weapons, which increases or decreases the spreads for more precision, and you get the painting mechanic. Anywhere where you put your crosshair on that ship, it will tell the gimbal system where to aim at. So if Brent now attacks the turrets, your aiming system will automatically lead the shots.
Auto aim. Okay.
Bam! 1 turret down.
So the turrets can be destroyed.
Okay, so this hammerhead now understood that it's not good, that doesn't stand a chance right now, but this will be the way how you in the future will fight against sub-targets and so on. The good thing about this, it also works even without painting the target directly, so you can do very, very precise warning shots, and there's no aim assist that kind of like destroys your aiming processes. Okay, so the fight is now over. Sorry, I need to rush this a little bit because I messed up stuff before. And we're going to look at Pyro 3. Okay, Brent, switch to dark mode.
Oh, no, I imagine all of this was for demo, but I mean, like, the idea that you could actually destroy turrets, because you couldn't really destroy turrets before.
And bring us down to that landing spot. So Pyro 3 is also called Bloom. It's a very big planet with a nice atmosphere. And, oh, something wrong with throttle? Oh well, something's wrong.
Not with AI. You can't really kill the AI in turrets right now. You can disable turrets for ships, but I've never been able to kill a turret. I've dumped ammo into a turret, stationary turrets before, and they still go. So
wrong with the throttle. We'll try to go down as fast as possible, though. I said gameplay demo might have bugs.
You've had your hammerhead turrets blow up? Yeah.
Okay. Gonna go there now. Okay. Yeah, steeper angle, that works. Okay, so the thrusters on your ship.
Cutting engines always already get sawn off all the time.
We're talking spaceships here, right? And we have thruster efficiency curves on these thrusters. So at some point, especially the MEF thrusters, they will cease working because they don't like atmosphere. They will overheat very, very quickly. So there's the question, what happens when you go down to a planet and you want to rotate your ship with your thrusters off? Well, we'll see. Can you go to external view? Can you waggle your tail?
Ace! Control surfaces, baby!
Okay, back first person. Okay, so what you see here is the new aerodynamics model. Because obviously our left stick is somewhat damaged or so, we can't be as fast as we want. Actually, Brent, can you try W and S on the keyboard instead? Oh, it doesn't work. Oh. No, it doesn't. Yep. Okay. No, the stick is affecting us. Okay. Anyways, we're gonna go down as far as possible. So the new aerodynamic system is a complete replacement of the aerodynamic system that you currently have, and you need your control surfaces to actually turn the ship around. It simulates the airflow over your lift surfaces, and therefore, the slower you become, the less effective those control surfaces will be in order to turn your ship. So we can demonstrate this. So if Brent just sits here and yaws left and right, you will see he cannot go further than that. That is in line with what real airplanes also experience when they're trying to use the rudder to yaw left and right. So what Brent can do here is he can roll and he can pull to actually change his direction.
Yeah, baby.
Okay, so just for this demo, we added a button. The button is called Thruster Disconnect, because at the moment in the PU, when you go through a planet, you're using the thrusters to rotate. We're not doing that anymore.
Do you think this is getting too complicated with actual flying? No. Just this is atmosphere. This is going to add a little extra bit. If you want to be like a fighter pilot, you're going to have to learn how to use this. But if you just want to fly around, nah, it's fine. It's like the middle mode for War Thunder kind of thing. Yeah, nothing bad. This isn't DCS. This is just, it simulates it. It's the ship is still going to do a lot of work for you because the thrusters are still going to also help you. But this is where like you're not going to be able to hover forever. Like you're going to gulp fuel. Your ship's going to start breaking if you start doing stuff too long. So
the thrusters, please, and put the ship into a purposeful stall. A stall happens when the airflow over a wing ceases, or over a lift surface ceases. And then at some point you will not have any authority anymore, and your ship will not turn and so on, and you will basically fall out of the sky. That is naturally a
for instance, I don't think they have accelerated stalls modeled, no.
State that every plane wants to avoid naturally, right? And this is happening right here. Brent is not able to use the control surfaces right now because the ship is in a process of stalling. However, the airflow will pull the nose back into the wind, and once you have enough speed, he can actually, well, he gets authority back over these control surfaces.
Once he's put enough speed, so he can glide.
That means for you as players, what you can actually do, you can do aerobraking, you can do pure gliding if you want to. You can even do like competitions like, I don't know, like drop ships out of orbit and then see how far they glide. This is all possible with a new system. So let's talk about the problem.
I heard a lot of people being like, well, why would you want to choose a C1 what was it called? A Zeus? And the answer is the C1 has some fucking thick wings. That thing's going to be able to maneuver very easily compared to the Zeus, which is a lifting body, which will be able to glide, but it ain't turning very fast.
How do you come to a stop now? To come to a stop with the new system, you need to purposefully put the ship into a stall. But don't worry, when we don't have the thrusters disconnected, IFCS will help you. So you're gonna bring down the speed more and more until you're reaching stall speed, which is about now, and then the thrusters will...
I'm talking about its size. Like most of the ship is just wings.
kick in and catch you. That means, however, you are now in a state that the thrusters don't like, right? So at the moment we have turned this up, but in the future you will not be able to hold this for long. So if Brent, for example, now from a hover, strafe is left, more left, more left, more left. The wind flow again pulls the ship over, and you go forward again. Okay, so now Brent, now show us how to come to a hover, and do we have some water here? Oh yeah, there's our point, okay.
That's what I mean. Like the huge wing surfaces on Spirits would lead to lower wing loading and better maneuvering. That's what I mean. It's going to be much more maneuvering. But the Zeus will glide for fucking days. It's a lifting body. It's what it does.
Highway to... Okay, so there's our landing point.
Corsair might do okay, but it's not really designed to be atmospheric.
Slower, I don't know, 100 meters per second. So we're trying to land somewhere here. Whoa, look at this. Yeah, that water's great, like, awesome. Okay, so now we're coming to a, so now Brent will try to land with a broken throttle. And yeah, he's aided a little bit here by the landing gear, so he has landing gear out, I think. Because that automatically enables precision mode at the moment, so that you're a little bit slower, but you can of course like turn this off as a player. And then you come smoothly down to a landing. The best way to land your ship is in decoupled, because you can just like very smoothly land it on the surface. And clunk. And now you're gonna power down the ship using the new interactions. Engines off first. Then we're in the relaxed pose again, as Ines showed before. Power off. And the canopy off. No, open, not off.
Shoot it off!
Don't get the canopy off. And get out of the ship. And probably go for a swim or something.
Interesting, the Zeus could be used in a gliding manner. I mean, it's built off the space shuttle,
that was a bit of a buggy, bumpy ride, but thank you for taking the time with us.
Nice.
And we'll see you in the verse. Thank you.
All right, one more. Unpowered gliding AIs. I don't think we're going to see AI. The A1s aren't going to glide as well. All right, so we've done fix it and fly it. We've done we've done talking flight. So now we'll do talking ship. And then we'll do living on the edge last. But we won't do living on the edge today, probably. So. It's been very ship oriented for this office hours. Though the space shuttle was also called the Flying Brick. Yeah, but it could glide like no one's business.
Hi everyone. Have we had a good morning looking at cool stuff? Great. My name's John Crew. I'm the vehicle director here at Cloud Imperium Games.
And my name is Ben Curtis. I am the vehicle art director at CIG.
So we're going to spend the next 40-45 minutes talking ship.
Ben!
We're going to show you some cool stuff that you've hopefully seen. Some cool stuff
you gave birth to my enemy.
Seen, that you probably already have. And some cool stuff, again, you're not supposed to have seen, but what you've seen is wrong. So hopefully we can clear that up for you all. Right, so that was the A1 Spirit trailer. Pretty cool video. But we're now going to do a bit of a slightly deeper dive into the actual art and visuals of the ship.
the heart of the ship. This area is kind of like really dominated by those 10 sci-fi bombs. And then we go straight into engineering, where you find the rest of the ship components that it needs. Up front, we've got a completely fully featured habitation area, suit lockers, weapon lockers, pod beds, everything you're going to need. And then right at the cockpit, we have a 2-pilot cockpit, and I think the Crusader engineers have done a fantastic job of putting everything that the pilot needs right at their fingertips. So, you know, in the heat of battle, you kind of might just eke out that advantage. Exterior-wise, it's classic Crusader. We've got our recessed weapons.
Oh, nice.
We've got our rear-mounted remote turret. And then underneath is all business. We've got the missile racks, and we've got the big bomb bays. And I think overall, Crusader have done it again. They've done a amazing job of packaging something that's like super feature rich and something stylish, sleek, looks fast, but still super aggressive.
Damn you for making lore videos I've started diving into. I started the other day with Jumptown Wars video and then got through the Rise and Fall of Crusader and Stanton's Original Settlers. Now I crave more lore. Complete history of Star Citizen lore. That's 3 episodes of 40 minutes each. You're welcome.
And then here is one last look. Oh, or not. Okay, that was one last look of the interior.
We go there. So we had a really cool cutaway that you half saw. I'm sure we can show you that again later. If you like what you saw there, that is available now on that link and a QR code there that hopefully takes you to the right place. So that is available.
That's the racing music. That's the Murray Cup music.
Thursday. So. I've honestly lost track of time the last few days. So yeah, that's the current. Let's talk about something a bit further in the past. So we have a timeline here from the today all the way through to today in game. And throughout that time period, we have our manufacturers in lore, starting with RSI in the very near future, going all the way through to Mirai, which is this year in.
Where's Anvil?
Okay. And over that, we have some very old ships, ships that people think are quite old. We have the Hornet, we have the Aurora, and we have the Gladius. However, as you can see,
the Aurora, that's the first mention of the actual build time for the Aurora. That puts it pre-28th century.
There is quite a gap from the current day to these old ships. So let's talk about one that is a bit older than that.
Zeus!
So, the RSI Zeus.
So, in 2130, in 2130, RSI made some major kind of advancements in quantum technology. They developed, or they released the first ship that was kind of available to the mass market that had quantum capability. This kind of mid-range explorer really put RSI at the kind of forefront of ship development. Now, it was a really good thing. It really kind of boosted them as a company, but it wasn't kind of all good. The original RSI Zeus had some major issues with its hull integrity.
It was built like garbage.
That being said, there's always kind of been this demand for RSI to release the Zeus.
So the Zeus, to give you the very basic bare bones lore, because I have to do the lore video now. Thanks, Jared. Is to it was RSI got cocky. They got fucking cocky. They had managed to build the quantum drive, and they were building the terraforming tech that was changing Mars to be habitable. And they decided they were going to try to revolutionize space travel again. And so they built this Zeus, and they highly publicized the first test flight of their new commercial ship the new Model T of spaceships. It took off and then fucking exploded right as it took off. In front of millions and billions of views, it exploded on the launch pad. So don't give garbage Zeus. So they didn't know what the fuck they were doing, and they needed help. And so they reached out to the military, the government, and this has been a nebulous the government, because this is before a united human government, Earth government existed. So, yeah, the reality is it was probably the North American Alliance or Americano, one of those two governments, which is, I mean, Zeus, the RSI is obviously based out of the United States. It's kind of based heavily on those sorts of things. So, would jump points have been discovered if the Zeus worked better? Well, it wasn't just the Zeus. There are other ships too. Yeah, I'm going over Zeus Lord very briefly. So they reached out to the government, and one specific pilot, a test pilot named Michelle Soleno, who had the record for the longest quantum jump. She jumped a ship from Earth to Jupiter and back in a ship, in an RSI ship, I believe. But she was a military pilot, so she wanted to build a. Her goal was to have a test pilot corps, like a squadron that was dedicated to just test piloting, just test pilots to test modern tech. And so she was pretty famous for her jump and managed to work with RSI with the help of the government. So the government actually funded RSI, the North American government, or Americano, which was North and South America. That government helped fund probably North American Alliance, helped fund RSI's complete rebuild of the Zeus. And so Michelle Soleno, Colonel Michelle Soleno, and her test pilot team, other test pilots she knew, came to RSI, said, this is garbage, and threw out the entirety of the structural integrity. Like the entire outside of the Zeus was fucking scrapped. This is garbage, we're throwing it away. And so they rebuilt the Zeus from scratch, at least the exterior. And then when they completely rebuilt it, and then she personally took the pilot controls of the new Zeus and launched it. I have to look up the date for it, but and she took it off into orbit and then back down to Earth, and it was this huge success because it proved that they could build a affordable, reliable civilian ship. Up to this point, quantum drives were only installed on these massive government or corporate ships, which were incredibly expensive to build. Here was a mid-ranged transporter, explorer, that could do a lot of stuff. So, yeah, affordable. Affordable in the sense that you could, like, a small company could own one. You know, like a rich person could own one, but like a mom and pop like business could own one if they wanted to. So. A test squadron, yeah. The 999th test squadron was, in fact, what she got out of it. So the 999th test squadron was formed by Michelle Solano, and their first ship was the Zeus. They helped design and test the Zeus, and so both the Zeus went into the history books, and the 999th test squadron was officially formed. That's their oldest record, is the 999th test squadron. So.
It's kind of had this cult following that's grown up over the years.
Yeah, Jared, get on that history, Paul. We needed to make it. Thank you for that super chat there.
I'm very happy to announce today that RSI have kind of taken that challenge on board. They've developed a whole new vehicle that is designed to ferry a whole new generation of travelers across our universe.
The 999th was actually a temporary title. It was just a title that they were using for the squadron name, just as a placeholder. It was supposed to be a placeholder title until they got a different name, but the name stuck.
Visually, is something that pays homage back to the original Zeus, and something that's really is justified to have that name. And I'm even happier to say it exceeds all current safety standards and all our current ship production techniques.
So, do you want to have a look at the all-new RSI Zeus Mark II?
And before, I know a lot of people said, well, does this change everything? Because there was a Zeus 4 that our corp used when it first started up its company. No, this is just the Mark II. You had the you had Zeus 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the Mark II, which is the new and reimagined Zeus. It's just like the Mustang. The Mustang has its own reimagining every couple of generations and so on and so forth. So that's just all it is.
Okay then. Here it is. So, we are going to hand over to Elwin and Mark to go through this, and you can see there's 3 of them there. So we're going to do a bit of a deeper dive onto these 3 ships now. So, over to Mark and Elwin.
Let's give them all welcome. Come on, let's go, let's go.
It's good to see you,
Hello,
Deepa.
my name's Mark Gibson. I'm the lead vehicle content designer at Cloud Imperium Games.
Elwin.
And I'm Owen Batchelor, Vehicle Art Director in North America. What do you guys think? Awesome. All right, well, let's take some time now and take a look at this classic RSI design and see how we've reimagined it.
So, when we decided we wanted to tackle the Zeus, we had to consider what direction RSI would take it in if they were going to do it today. We couldn't just remake the original Zeus because...
Yes, you could. Shut the fuck up.
Although it was obviously a massive piece of history, all it was really used for was transporting and moving around. So we had to consider exactly what we wanted to do with the ship. In the end, we decided to go for 3 variants, allowing you to pick which way you want to actually play the game. So what we're going to do is talk about those variants that we decided on in the end and go into a bit more detail with them. First of all, we have the ES. The ES is the Essential. It's the long-range exploration version of...
It's too boxy. It needs to be rounder.
...of the Zeus. It's designed to let you go out for a long time and explore the universe. Next up, we have the Mark. The Mark is the bounty hunter version. This is there for you so you can actually go out, find your targets, and bring them back. It's also been purposely outfitted.
Ours has about the sharp edges, though. Yeah, but the Zeus isn't. The Zeus was rounded. And you'd want to pay homage for a more rounded version of this. And I don't like the little, like, F8, like tiny hands that it has around its face. Just
so that you have all the tools that you need to disable, capture, and bring them home. Finally, the last version we're going to talk about is the CL, the Clipper. Might be a name people are familiar with if they know much about maritime.
It's been 800 years, though, but yeah, still, it's a Zeus. It's like saying, hey, remember the fastback Mustang? Everyone loves those fastback Mustangs. So we're going to bring back the fastback Mustang, and it's not going to be fastback. It's going to be brand new with our new modeling technology. It's like, what? But you said you wanted fastback Mustang.
This is the cargo version of the Zeus Mark II. This is designed so that you can move your goods around the universe.
Of the 3 variants, the Zeus Essential is the one that harkens back the most to the original.
Pop this out a little bit more. Make it. If you're gonna make it curve like harf like that, you got to pop it out a little bit more to make it a little bit fatter. Right here, remove this bullshit, whatever the fuck this is. I think it's weapon mounts is what it is. And then, this isn't me shitting on the designers saying it's a bad design. I'm just saying if you're trying to get with the Zeus, I don't think it meets the kind of historical. It doesn't look like the Zeus. I do like the canards. The little canards on the sides are good. It's a good a touch, but like it just doesn't fit right. Doesn't feel right.
Design with the original white on black paint job and the vertical stabilizers. We also worked to maintain the silhouette of the original, but brought that forward to modern day RSI design.
I want to be clear. I don't hate the design in the same way I hate the Redeemer. This at least makes sense with RSI. Like this does look like a galaxy. So yeah, it makes sense in terms of the design language. And I get why they made these decisions. I just don't like those decisions. That's all.
With tons of technical detail and layered panels. And on the underside, the landing gear and the underslung turret, as well as the entrance ladder, fold in perfectly flush, leaving behind a super smooth underbelly, just like the original design.
But you probably all want to see what the inside looks like, so let's have a closer look. Despite the sleek and slim body of the Zeus, we've been able to pack a lot into it to give everything you need when you're doing the deep space exploration. You have a fairly comfortable habitation and recreation area, so that when you're out away from home, it's not too unpleasant. In addition to that, the rear room has a 32 SU cargo capacity, as well as being able to fit a Cyclone, so if you do decide to land on planet, you can have a look around. Talking about the loadout, it's a ship designed for 3 crew.
I at least respect the attempt to bring back the historic ships. That is at least, like I will tip my hat to the fact that they finally gave in and did a lore ship. Like, thank you. Thank you. Do the stiletto next, please. I want the fucking stiletto. I also want my Tavaran Jackal, but, you know, stiletto. And, of course, my favorite, because there's no visual reference for this, the Bearcat. Oh, my God, give me the Aegis Bearcat. Please, CIG. Holy fuck, do I need an Aegis Bearcat.
It comes with 4 size 2 shield generators, 2 size 2 power plants, 2 size 2 coolers, and 2 size 4 pilot-controlled weapons. And obviously the lower turret that Elba mentioned earlier is a size 3 remote turret.
Now the Zeus Mark was always designed from the beginning to be a sleek and aggressive bounty hunter. As such, the black paint will help you stay hidden in the shadows until you're ready to strike. We've also redesigned the spine.
Looks like the shuttle from Farscape. Yeah.
EMP
it's got that kind of design to it.
And a quantum dampener, which allows us on the art side to really crank up the level of detail on the exterior. We've also added a second remote turret on the top.
I just watched the flight changes they're doing, and all I could think of was they fucked up the 45s. There's no more 45s. Why did I learn how to do 45s?
Looking at the interior of the Mark, you see that the habitation's taken a little bit of a hit. It moved forward, but what we've been able to add in exchange for that is a massive armory. Let you take all the different weapons and equipment you might need while you're tracking the target along the verse. Looking into the rear, we actually have a dedicated area just for the actual bounty hunter.
It's a good idea to learn, I think. It's just a good idea to learn those sorts of things so you can outlearn it, so.
Pods, similar to what you'll see in the Cutlass Blue. So you can stack up the pods and take multiple people back with you.
Nice.
It has less SCU than the ES. It only has 16 SCU. And it does have a different loadout with the components, only having 3 size 2 shield generators. Like Ellen said, it does have a top-mounted forward-facing turret so that you can put the pressure on the target as you're chasing them. The EMP and QD drive are designed to stop the target escaping once you've caught up with them.
Basically, the learning the basics of how the flight mechanics work now will tell you how flight mechanics work in the future, because once you understand the details of how Star Citizen's flight model functions, as they change it, you'll be able to see how they change it, rather than being... It's like, if you learn how to take a test, even if you're taking a different test, the way the tests are written are the same across all spectrums. So you can generally learn once you've learned those details, it's a lot easier to learn how to take specific tests if you understand how tests are written, or that sort of concept. I'm sure you're putting it in the teacher context.
Now, because the Zeus Clipper focuses on hauling cargo, we've decided to lean into the industrial aesthetic. We've covered the exterior with a warning strip paint job.
Ooh, I love the hazard stripes.
Covered the exterior with more technical detail and armor plating. In addition to that, it comes with a remote tractor beam, which is mounted on the rear to the side of the ramp to make it easier to haul cargo in and out of the cargo hold. We've also added thrust capacity to the base of the wings.
As you can see, there is an absolutely massive rear to it compared to the others.
It's got a
the habitation areas have
thick
been massively
butt.
pushed so that you don't get much space, but we can get way more cargo in. It actually has 4 times the cargo capacity of the S, coming in at 128 SUs of cargo. This one also features 3 size 2 shield generators, and like Al mentioned, it has a size 3 tractor beam to make it much easier to get those cargo containers in and out as you actually play.
The Zeus extra thick.
What do you think? So, last year we introduced the Spirit, and anyone that may be playing on there.
Yeah, it has. Some of them do have pilot control weapons.
Live the last couple of days, might have seen a new ship adding to the
I didn't buy it.
The A1. We hope to follow a
I don't buy ships.
similar route with the Zeus, where we announce it today, and then in about a year's time, hopefully, it'll be ready to reveal to the public.
That's the ST. That's the ST. Oh yeah, the ST. Yeah. People are wondering what the ST is, right? Star Tracker, maybe? Zeus status. Yo, someone said thick? And of course, Squadron 420 is here. Sexy time. I wonder if this is a bit of a trolling, because this is status, and so they put the ST there as a bit of a troll, so that players think like, oh, this is the different variant. But yeah,
It today, and then in about a year's time, hopefully, it'll be ready to reveal to the public to actually play with. But this isn't just a concept. We're not just going to show you some images. The Zeus is actually in active white box development right now. Do you just want to have a look? Shall we? Okay.
That's very white.
So as you guys have seen with the Spirit, and with the many ships we've released thus far, our ships can, when they're finished, look absolutely gorgeous.
Python? Is that the name of it in Elite?
But before any of them get to that point, they have to go through a very specific development process, and this is the first stage in that process. We call this white box. At this point, we've taken the concept, ripped it to shreds, and then reassembled it and plugged it all back together within the editor so that we can get a real good look at what players are going to see when they finally get this game. At this
Gotta love the RSI Python.
The Zeus, we've already ripped out all the thrusters, we've ripped out the landing gear, the turret, the seats, the beds, all of the interior spaces, plugged those guys back in, and we have what you see here. So again, the beginning of the process. At this point, we're able to jump in, start throwing in cargo, interacting with doors, getting in and out of beds, maybe in and out of toilets, and just getting an overall sense of what it feels like to interact with the vehicle. And it is very common that in this stage, we will make some adjustments from the original plan. As an example, on this ship, we've just made the decision to expand the center corridor, add a little bit more space to the rooms. And as a result, that's going to make it much smoother experience for players to traverse the interior of the ship, as well as for AI to traverse the interior of the ship. We've also expanded the main airlock that leads to the enter-exit ladder.
I would have felt better if they called it, instead of calling it the Zeus, they called it something like the Hercules. No, the Hercules already exists. They already do the Ares. I'm trying to think of another. The Poseidon? Yeah, something like that. This would be very cool. If you called this the Poseidon as like the next generation in Zeus. Or the Pegasus, you know, yeah. Or the Saturn. Yeah, or the Saturn. This would have, like, this screams Poseidon to me.
And up here in the cockpit, we've separated the co-pilot seats a tad bit just to allow players to get in. And
I'm just thinking about like the Hera, you know, the Demeter.
Now a little easier. So with White Box, not the prettiest stage in the process, but it is essential that we nail this because it means we'll be able to deliver a beautiful ship that is also extremely fun to play.
I think. Yeah, but there's already a Jupiter. By Crusader.
So that was the
Achilles. The Dionysus. I like that, the Dionysus. Ooh, I know what you'd call it. This is absolutely terrible name because it's already in Star Citizen a bunch of times, but the Chiron.
RSI Zeus in the 3 variants. Obviously, as the screen says behind me, it's available now on the Star Citizen website. You all follow that URL or the QR code behind me. Now, we've just talked about the ship with the longest legacy in the universe. It was the first ship with the quantum travel. Let's change pace a little bit.
Not the first ship with quantum travel.
Much newish.
First ship with like a portable quantum travel.
Ship.
Thank you, Ravel, for that Twitch Prime sub. I don't know if it'll pop up.
We're going to talk about the Cutter.
Hey.
Good little ship. So, obviously, last year, IE, we unveiled the Cutter, and you guys seem to love it. Some interesting information about it. It was actually the single most popular straight-to-flight ready ship we've ever released. You guys really, really liked it.
Because it looks fucking cool, and you made it cheaper than most other ships at its class.
In addition to that, it's actually the best-selling Drake ship to date. But what people didn't know, and we kept a very good
we did
secret
not
that
receive
no one
any
managed
ships
to
for
figure
free.
out. No one. It was always meant to be a family of 3. Now, what everyone is already familiar with is the base. That's the version that's out in the universe right now that you're already enjoying. What we're going to do today, though, is we're going to talk about the next variant in the family.
You're my top 3 pub-themed Star Citizen lore figures. Okay, you're my top 3 pub-themed Star Citizen lore-focused streams. There are 3 of us? The Scout. They'll show off the other one at IE.
All right, let's just take a minute and sort of enjoy the incredible work that the art team has done pushing this guy out. When the original when the original Cutter was released, it helped us to refine the Drake aesthetic. And now with the variants, we'll be able to add a unique identity to each version. On the Scout, we've decided to replace the main thrusters with a dual thruster system. And you'll see here we've also added a radar dish to the top, which relates directly to the scanning gameplay that comes with this ship. In addition to that, we have a series of exterior bottom modifications to just push that flavor a little bit further. And you'll see here a transition between the default and the Scout, so you can clearly see the differences.
Ooh. Yeah, it's a little bit more precise. They gave it a spoiler.
On the interior, we've expanded the rear section of the ship in order to include a dedicated standing scanning station, which will show up here in a second. Along with that, we've also increased the space in the rear to house the larger components that are necessary to support that gameplay. Now, expanding the rear did encroach into the habitation, but we were able to rearrange the components in that room so that nothing was lost in the transition. And on the cockpit, it's the same cockpit that you all know and love from the original Cutter. From this view, you'll more clearly see the shift that we had to make in the rear in order to support the gameplay that we're trying to achieve.
What gameplay loops are actually missing? Like just not in the game. Exploration, refining, I think that's about it. Exploration and refining. Now, there are, like, bounty hunting is not anywhere near where it's supposed to be. Salvage isn't complete. Like, there's a bunch of stuff like that. Data running. Hacking, to a degree, yeah. And science and exploration kind of... Farming is... I wouldn't necessarily call it a gameplay loop, because it's not like... There's no ships other than, say, the Endeavor, which have any kind of dedicated farming aspect, but...
We're really proud of what the team has done.
That's more of a...
We hope you like the Scout.
Exploration and not salvage, and it's like a base building, I guess. I think base building, yeah.
As much as we...
Crafting, yeah. It's more crafting than anything else.
So, obviously, we've just introduced the Scout. What are the main differences between the base? It is a variant, after all. So, the first big difference is the radar. It has a size 2 radar, and to supply that, it comes with a size 2 power plant and a size 2 cooler. Getting tripped on my own words.
I wonder if pledging for these concept ships to save money is worth in the long run until they release. Nope. No ship in Star Citizen is worth the money that you pay for them. Not a single one. The only thing that's worth your money is the $45 starter package, because it gets you the game. That's it. Buying a ship for money is not, because all of it will be available in game. This will be, you can buy this in game if you want to. So,
as well as the dedicated scan terminal that Ella mentioned earlier. Obviously, as you saw, habitation got a little bit cozier, and unfortunately, it has lost 2 SU compared to the base, so it only has 2 SU cargo capacity instead of the 3.
Ships are cheap now. They may go up in price, but they aren't impossible to get.
Now, what we also want to do is talk a little bit more about the future of scanning, if people are interested in hearing about that.
Okay.
So what is the future of scanning? We'll touch on it lightly. At the moment, there are 2 main ways for you to interact with the scanning gameplay loops. The first one's obviously the scan, and the second one's the ping system. Both of these are going to be merged into a single system known as a scan wave. When you send a scan wave out, if you get any successful pings, what will happen is it will immediately populate your HUD with an AR marker, giving you information about what you've been able to scan, as well as starting to give you far more interesting information than you get now, rather than just the name of the ship. The underlying system will work on the signature system, similar to what it does today, and there are 2 main scans. There is the quick scan. The quick scan is just a low version of it. It has a very small impact on your own signal output, so if you want to stay a little bit more covert and potentially not be seen looking at something you shouldn't, you can use that one instead. The main benefits are small increase to your actual passive detection range, as well as being able to detect things that maybe are a little fainter than you should be able to see. This has a decent amount of cutting through interference, but not phenomenal. The other version is the charge.
Yeah, most capital ships don't come equipped with all of their weapons and gear. Like, you won't be able to buy the M. I don't think the Idris M. You'll only be able to like, capture them unless you pay cash for them. You also buy an upgrade kit, but like the Idris P will be able to be attached. You'll be able to attach other weapons to it, but they won't come with a lot of the weapons. But you have to buy them separately. So,
charge scan. The charge scan is the big scan. Now, this will actually allow you to detect things up to quantum boost range, which is way, way further than the current passive detection range. And not only that, but it'll actually drop a marker allowing you to jump straight to that location for whatever it is that you found.
If they can jump to a scan point, what's stopping Carrick drones? The drone gameplay? that's what's stopping it. Remote control drones. That's all it is. Like the sending them out and then having them operate, and also having them operate on their own intelligence rather than just player kind of input, but you know, that sort of thing. How far is quantum boost range? 30,000 kilometers.
Now, you don't want to be jumping in blind.
Gear is not irrelevant. Weapons on a capital ship are things you need to function as a capital ship. Otherwise, it's just a ship.
As I said, it's going to give you way more information than it did before. Some examples, but not limited to this, are things like whatever it is it charging a quantum drive? Is it firing? Is the shields generating? Does it have any shields? Is it perhaps charging an EMP? Maybe it's...
Yeah, you definitely need crew as well, but like, you need both. It's not a situation where like, oh, you have crew, so you have no weapons, so there's no point in having crew. You need to have weapons and no crew, then there's no point in having weapons. You need both.
It's got a snare up trying to catch you. It gives you that additional information so you can make the decision whether you actually want to get to that location. That's just a brief glimpse into the future of scanning and what our vision is for it. Right now, the Cutter Scout is actually in 321. It's available. If you go to that address or go to our website, QR code, it's actually in the universe right now. You don't need to wait for a patch for that. I've been Mark.
And I'm Elwin. And before we step off, if you haven't had a chance to get one of these hats, this one in particular is signed by 7 members of the ship development team.
Oh, nice.
And if you want it, during the meet and greet, if you can tell me the name of the 7 people who signed this, all of who are in attendance here, by the way, today, the first person to give me those names gets to keep it.
Nice.
Other than that, thanks, guys, and have a great CitizenCon.
Small hit for you.
They just explained what that scanning gameplay is. It's what we have now. It's ping system, but you have a low ping and a high ping, and the high ping will get you back more information, but it'll make you more known. That's what it is. It's low ping and high ping. That's all it is.
John Crew is one of those names. Fantastic, guys, everyone. We're going to hand you back to John and Ben. They've got a few more surprises for you.
Yeah, but that's not really gameplay. That's just a feature with no substance. What do you mean no substance? You'll be able to see faraway targets, see their status a little bit more. You can, if you find a point of interest, you can actually automatically place a waypoint there and jump to it. Like there's a lot of aspects to it. You'll be able to like figure out what somebody's car is hauling from a long ways away. You can figure out what where battle is handling. Those sorts of things. It's gives you long distance eyes, and that combined with things like fleet operations, that's what it's designed to do. Yeah. Oh, no, I mean, you can get it in 3.21, but there's no gameplay for it. Because CIG, like, remember when CIG said that they were going to not release ships without gameplay for it? And then immediately released the raft with no gameplay for it? Like,
right. So, as Mark said there, scanning stuff is coming in the future. We didn't show a lot of it because it does sort of turn up in some other teams' panels, and we didn't want to steal their glory a day early. So I highly recommend sticking around for both the UI one and the flight one tomorrow. So, we've talked about the past, we've talked about the present. Let's talk about the future.
All right.
So, here is a big block of squares that represents our backlog.
Yes, this is new, and so this was clarified. These 12 marks are all of the ships that have been released or will be released in 2023. So this includes all of the vehicles and ships that have already released and will be released. So things from January to October, plus the Cutter Scout and stuff like that. So that's what this was.
So each one of these squares is a ship or a vehicle. All the light blue ones are all the ones we have released to date. All those gray ones are the ones that we have not done yet. The dark blue ones are the ones that will be in your hands by the end of the year. So we have over 200 vehicles for us to support as a vehicle content team. For those of you that are trying to do the maths in your head right now going, that's the wrong number. This includes every single vehicle that we've ever shown to you, whether that's in a Squadron 42 visual tease or like a trailer. Some of them are obviously Squadron exclusives. Some of them are going to be NPC exclusives. We still have to support them all. So every vehicle in the game, we have our hands on.
So when he says the backlog, does it include the Zeus, Spirits, Zeus, Cutter, etc.? Yeah, all of that is in there. Why? God damn it, I keep clicking to go start and
we do a lot of work to support them for you. Not the only thing we do. We obviously introduce new content like the Mirai Fury. We deliver previous promised content. And as you'll see today and tomorrow, we do a lot of gameplay support. So obviously we help out. Ships are like the heroes of the game. You saw in the resource network engineering panel how that's going to impact ships. You will have seen, if you've been paying super close attention, some UI elements to do with maps. Stay tuned for that. We do all that. So we do a lot of work across all aspects of both.
So the C1, A1, F8C, Cutter included in those 12 dark blue ones. I don't know if the F8C. The F8C, was that released in IAE last year, or was that released in Invictus this year? I think it was in IAE last year. But that's not in the 2023. That's in the already released column. Anything that has been released in January 1st to today, or will release between January 1st and December 31st, is what there was in there. So
both projects. And to do all that, we need to do a few things.
Okay, yeah, so John's talked a bit about the backlog. I'm going to kind of take a little bit, how are we going to deliver this? So in April 2020.
By the end of the year, not the end of 2024, I knew it. Yeah, well, those were, a lot of those were already ships that have already released this year, is what John kind of clarified it as.
23, we actually kicked off a new ship team in our newest studio, Turbulent, based out of Montreal. Yeah, go Canada. So we've now got...
Is the tractor beam PTU open to all? No, it's only first wave vessels, let us know. Hull C, Vulture, F8, SRV, A1, C1, Santok Yai, Storm, X1, X1 Velocity, X1 Force, and Lynx. Yeah, that's about right. That sounds about right. Oh, did they finally make it public? It was in wave 1 at one point.
5 artists, or vehicle artists.
F8C,
1 vehicle designer, 1 QA tester, and 1 producer. And that kind of gives us everything we need to start bringing content out of another location. And it also means that we now have kind of reps globally for the vehicle content team in all 5 of our studios.
Hey, what color paints today? Pants today? I don't wear pants. I'm just a floating torso. You know this, X. Oh yeah, the Furies are on that list too.
What's the really nice thing about that is it kind of opens up a new pool of a kind of talent that we can pick from, and it should really help us to deliver some more.
Oh, I don't think the Zeus is coming out in Q1. I think it's like probably Q3 next year.
Content of the game, and you've actually just seen the first 2 ships out of that studio. So the Scout variant and the Zeus are both being developed by our Montreal team.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, they're doing great. We're going to look a little bit more in depth at the kind of the art team and how we've grown over the years. You can see from this graph, this is our...
It's not 12 more ships by the end of the year. It's 12 total ships this year.
Kind of like live numbers of how many vehicle artists we have dedicated to the project. You can see there's a nice trajectory going up. And with more team members, that also means we get kind of like not just more people to throw at stuff, but we get more experience, we get more knowledge. And that's, that allows us to kind of tackle.
You can see when Paul Jones left and took his crew. Yeah, that 14 members.
In 2022, there was a little dip. And, unfortunately, when
So I will say that my sources inside CIG have all confirmed that the hardest team to keep staffed are the ship team. They always fucking leave. And they don't know why, because it's not like the people who are working on the ships are necessarily unhappy with working on ships. It's just they seem to be getting the most offers to work other places and make more money. So, but I don't think paying them more money will necessarily keep them on as well, because it's also just opportunities as well. Because a lot of them left to go join Star Atlas. A lot of former CIG ship design teams were poached by Star Atlas to go work for Star Atlas. Paul Jones left to go work on his own game for Ubisoft with a bunch of other people as well. So, that sort of thing.
When that happens, that has kind of real consequences on what we are able to do as a team. I think, less people, so less power to put on stuff.
It depends. Do you really think that that Ubisoft is paying they're going to be paying those people more money? Like the Paul Jones and his team? Star Atlas might have been money, but really? Ubisoft?
But also, some of that knowledge leaves us.
But my point is, I don't think that if CIG paid them more money, it would prevent that process from happening. I don't think that's literally what would stop them.
With that leads us to have to make some kind of pretty hard and heavy decisions about what we're working on. And I think most recently, and probably...
Yeah. That's the other thing, is that every other game company is laying off but CIG. So I wouldn't be surprised if some of those team members eventually come back to CIG, because CIG is actively hiring more people.
Most well known is the Bounty Merchantman. Yeah. Now, we're going to take a quick look at where we got to with the Merchantman, just to show where we were up to before that happened in 2022.
Most game companies do layoffs right after game releases, except for the entire industry has laid off a fuck ton of people. Bungie laid off 100 people or some god-awful thing, including a lot of the original founders of Bungie. They're just cutting people left, right, and center. Wait, Star Trek Online just cut its lead ship designer of 12 years? CIG. Hold on, 2 seconds. Where are you, Arc Games? Where are you? Where are you headquartered, Arc Games? Are you fucking kidding me? No, there's no way. Okay, no, I thought I said it was in Austin. I was like, no fucking way. They're in Redwood City. They could do it with LA team. And the LA team's got a team though. gosh, what is the name of this song? Sunrise or something like that? It's one of Pedro's best. First Light, thank you. I don't know what Huma Kavalua is. Ship Sail by Pedro Camacho. There's a bit of an ethereal quality. Oh, okay. I don't remember that character.
So that video shows, where we got up to with the Merchantman. You can see we'd finished white box. We were kind of into grey box, some areas further than others. And I think one of the best things about working at a company like Cloud Imperium Games is that we're able to be pretty honest and pretty open with our development. One of the biggest questions we get is, what's up with the Merchantman? Where is it? Why did it stop?
This is awkward, but...
And the Merchantman brought a lot of unique challenges to us. It was a completely new art style, something that's very, very different from what we normally do with our human manufacturers. I think, we could have paused other ships. We could have moved some of our other artists onto the Merchantman, but with the kind of exodus of our kind of senior team,
I really hate to say this, but it depends. But we don't make money off of a ship that's already been sold and would take too long to make. We make more money off of smaller ships like the Fury, which we can sell at a low price tag and get you hyped about playing the game again, or make the F8 more flyable, or the X1, or the whole C. But it's also, the Banner Merchantman doesn't have a fucking purpose. So, there's no purpose for the Banner Merchantman other than hauling things, and that would be a kind of shitty thing to do for it, so.
2022. We didn't just lose people, we lost a lot of the knowledge that went into building out that white box and really kind of delivering that art style. What we decided to do at the time is rather than try and rush something out and just get something out to get it done, we looked at where we were, and for us, the most important thing was growing our team back up. We wanted to invest in our team and use our seniors and our kind of managers to help get us up to
the only thing it would be giving purpose for is that it would be completed and then it would need another gold pass. So it's basically, you would get a temporary version of the ship, which would need to be completely overhauled and completely changed in 3 years anyways. And wouldn't have any of its gameplay for probably that long too. No, the Merchantman is not a Squadron 42 ship.
The point where we can tackle multiple large and capital ships at one time. I think the graph previously kind of showed that we've got the head numbers now, and now it's about onboarding our new staff members. It's about skilling them up and getting them to the point. And
I was surprised they were working on it so soon to be good with. It's because of the Minutemen, the Bennu Minuteman. No, it's not called the Minuteman. The Defender, the Bennu Defender. It was originally called the Minuteman. The Bennu Defender. They worked on that, and then they decided to use that as their basis. So
I would absolutely love to be stood here on a stage and going, yeah, look at the merchantman, it's amazing, like it's done. But we're not at that point just yet. We do see all the comments, I do see all the notes about it, and I absolutely want to get this ship out and done.
They want to get all the ships out and done, I'm sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to be open and honest as to where we are up to with the development.
Yeah, to add to that, it is probably the most question I get asked at any event, and I really want to get it done, get it out for you guys, but we don't want to give you a half-baked thing. We want to give you a really great product that we can all be proud of, and it's delivered alongside gameplay. So, let's talk about something else quickly. So, Squadron 42 vehicles. How many of you have an Idris of some kind? Right. So, we plan to deliver the Idris alongside the Squadron, and that doesn't mean just the M. We're going to deliver the M, the P, and the K kit all together in one delivery. Javelin owners, I'm afraid you're going to have to wait a bit longer after that, is obviously the bigger ship players can own. And we have recently looked at what is left to deliver on it. We've got plans. There will be modularity with it. And yeah, that will come after Squadron releases. And those of you who also have the Vandal Scythe, Glaive, Blade, after Squadron releases, you will also get the updated models as well for that.
Sweet.
Right. Next.
Okay. No kind of ship panel at a CitizenCon event is kind of done without looking at what's coming up next. Previously, we used to do these kind of like silhouettes, but
they did all of these because this is the Spartan, the Mule, and the Steve, and this is the hover quad. The Bomber's the only one they haven't done, right? I guess technically it's like the Spirit. One of these became the Spirit, I guess, but none of them look like that. And then the Explorer ship is this one or this one, which was the Odyssey. So
we kind of always felt they were a little bit predictable. We ended up just making most of them anyway. So last year
they aren't going to sell the F782 or a civilian version of it. They live on the Hornet tiers. No, they will. They will because they like money. Once they're desperate enough, they'll sell it.
We changed things up. We asked what manufacturer do we want to see make our next large mining ship, and you're going to see more about that at IAE next month. But again, this year we decided just to mix things up a little bit with how we wanted to deliver this. So you're about to see in a minute.
Is it lore how why the Vandal ships are updated, or is it just because they're naturally out of date? They're naturally out of date. They're not supposed to look like that. But there is some lore. Most of the Vandal ships are created by Asperia, and Asperia does actually take captured Vandal ships that they can find and then updates their designs with the new Vandal changes, because the Asperia ships are all designed to be OP4 for military training. So they're supposed to be as up to date as possible. With the Aggressor Squadron, who's designed, they have different flights which specialize in different alien or different hostile flight. So
the video?
Yeah, after the F8C sale, anything's for sale, folks. Yeah, that CIG will sell the fucking the fucking bangle at some point.
It shows some ships you might recognize. Hopefully, it will show you some that you don't recognize. But feel free to get on Spectrum afterwards, take a look, give us a guess at what you think they might be, because we'd love to, hear your input.
And I will just add to that as well. We aim to deliver everything you see in this video and more in the next 12 months.
So those look like hover vehicles of some kind. They're not the X1, but those definitely look like hover vehicles. Those are the X1s. It's hard to tell. Okay, he said everything in this video and more. I don't know if that meant the Idris though. This my guess on this one is it's a Ursa ambulance, or it could be the Marine Rapid Response Vehicle, which is what the Ursa's based off of. The MCV. Not the MCV. That's the Argo. Wrong one. The MPUV. I know a lot of people are like, what's this? I think this is the just means modularity. They're gonna have modularity for the MPUV. Is this the Zeus? It looks kind of like the Zeus. Might be the Apollo. That's the Zeus, yeah. This one I don't know. That's the Legionnaire. No, it's not the Nautilus. It's too small. This is the Zeus. The Retaliator base. That's the Polaris. The rework tally, which is the base, but
big
probably
ship at the end of that video. Yeah. And yeah, just to confirm,
that's not the Galaxy now.
That is the Polaris.
Yeah. Okay. So we've done a lot of talking. We'll do a bit more talking about it.
So yeah, okay. Just wanted to touch again on why are we doing an RSI?
Probably
ship?
not the Nautilus.
Like, what is with that? So the thing about doing another RSI ship is that
the Nautilus is pretty big. It's slightly smaller than the Polaris, if I remember correctly. It's bigger than the other ships, but I think it's technically a Corvette class. I don't think it's a patrol ship like the Hammerhead or the Perseus. But
we've got a really well-established art style for RSI in our universe, and it gives us the ability to kind of train up.
Yeah, the scale's wrong for the Nautilus. That's what I mean.
Kind of quite a known element. That is absolutely not the only benefit, though. The way we are planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle, well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there.
Because you built a bunch of them recently. The Perseus is a little older, but the Galaxy is the exact answer for that. Because I can't think of anything else. What other large RSI ships are there? There's the Galaxy, the Polaris, and the Perseus. That's it. The Nautilus is Aegis. The let's see some of the other big ones. There's the whole series, which obviously isn't done yet. I guess the Apollo is technically a little bit bigger, so I guess you could put the Apollo in there. The Orion, true, but I don't see the Orion in any of those silhouettes. That thing is fucking massive. The Bangle's already done. The Bangle's already built, so they wouldn't need to rebuild the Bangle. It's part of Squadron, so.
And our kind of plan is that
Nautilus is bigger than the Hammerhead. Yes, that's what I mean. It's bigger than the Hammerhead. But it's smaller than the Polaris.
We tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go off and do something else for
that
6
could be
months
the
a
new.
year, come back and do another one.
That could be one of those. Like if we go back a little bit, this could be the large RSI miner right here. No, that. That could be the large RSI miner. Well, no, that's a little small. That's like a medium ship. That definitely looks like Mirai, at the very least, if whatever that is. They're not going to release the Pegasus. Because this is huge. This is a large ship. I think that was the Zeus. This must be the whatever, like a much bigger ship. That could be the Galaxy. I don't think that's the Galaxy though. It's hard to tell. That's the Zeus? That's a pretty big ship for a Zeus. Then what's this then? Hold on. What the fuck is this then? Because that's a medium ship. That's a medium to small ship. I guess it could be the Apollo, but the Apollo is a little bigger, isn't it? Because it's also got these things on the wings. Yeah, I think it's too small for the Apollo because that looks like a cockpit. Because that person is, per scale, is a little off, so. And that's definitely a cargo sled right there. Though it could be a stand-in for the little hover thing. It seems too small for me.
In our universe, and it gives us the ability to kind of train up newest members of the teams on something that's kind of quite a known.
It's definitely the RSI though.
That is absolutely.
It's an RSI medium.
The way we are planning on tackling the Polaris is not tackling it as one ship, but actually we want to tackle. Well, anyone that knows our backlog knows we have a number of large RSI ships on there, and our kind of plan is that we tackle that as a family of ships. We don't just tackle one of them and then we go.
Does the Crusader, does the C2 have a drop-down cargo bay though? I don't think it does.
Often do something else for.
That's a fucking loaded question about the Pegasus.
6 months, a year, come back and do another one. Something else, come back and do another one. We want to tackle them all together, one after the other. And what that really allows us to do is just kind of streamline our development process. We're able to, for our more common areas of the ship, we're able to build kits that we're confident in, that we can reuse and we can make the most out of them.
It's not the Galaxy. That's too small for the Galaxy. The Galaxy is huge.
And then that allows us to focus our development time and our efforts really on the much more unique and the important and exciting areas of each ship. Tackling them as a family kind of allows us to expedite their development. We leverage the experience that we've got within the team. And it just allows us to, like I say, streamline everything. So first up, we've got the Polaris. Next up, we've got the Galaxy. Then we've got the Perseus. And that kind of closes out most of our large RSI ships. And then we can see what we want to take on after that.
Well, I think that's pretty much everything we want to talk about today. However, before we go, we're going to... Torsten's already stolen the predictable joke here. So we'll do one last thing to show you guys. So let's have a look at the current state of the Polaris in engine in its white box state.
Looks good. The Apollo has the Connie profile. It looks like a smaller version of the Connie. That didn't look like a Connie. It looked like a Zeus. Even with the wingtips. I love the lore behind this. It's a fucking Defiant. The Polaris is the fucking Defiant. It is a giant engine built that they built a ship around. Astro Polaris was a fucking beast. Cat kill torpedoes. That's what it's designed to do, baby. Fucking 400-year-old ship isn't gonna stand up against a fucking modern torpedo boat. This ship costs 4.5 billion credits to fire for 5 seconds. They fired 4 torpedoes and only 3 impacted. Yes. All right. Now I gotta do the capsule. Fucking CIG with all this bullshit. I still haven't even finished all these videos. There's still one more left. Funding mission accomplished, yeah. Did they ever release the Star Engine tech demo in 4K? They released the tech demo. I don't know if they released it in 4K. I know they were recutting it at some point, so. When was it the last time it was this difficult to keep up with the releasing? I fucking don't. Never. This is insanity. They've been sprinting like this like crazy. I mean, it only needed 2. So, like, I've already done a lore video on it, but like, the concept of the Polaris is, it's designed to kill Vanduul ships. It's designed to punch above its weight class, but it's also designed to be very vulnerable to those larger ships and to, you know, anti-capital ship. Like the fucking Gladiator could take out a Polaris. Like it is not a thick skinned ship. It can punch, but it's got a glass jaw. That's what it's designed to do. It's a PT boat, yeah. It's like a PT boat mixed with a boomer sub. Its biggest strength is its speed and stealth. And stealth, I mean lower signature compared to other capital ships. No, it doesn't have stealth like an Eclipse. Its stealth is in the fact that it's got a lower signature than most capital ships do. I punch above my weight class. Yeah. So it's like that's its purpose. Yeah, its purpose is to. It's a lot cheap. So okay, let me back up a little bit because I have to give you some context before I get into this. The Polaris's job is to be a cheaper to use Idris. It doesn't require nearly as many crew to do a Polaris. It still has the ability to support one fighter, so it has some range to it. And for the cost of operating a Polaris, operating like probably 2 Polarises, you could operate 1 Idris. So you have more like range that you can cover with a Polaris. It is been, this reason why I said it in the lore video, it's like, basically the UEE has needed a smaller patrol vessel, a corvette, to do system defense and kind of screens for fucking hundreds and hundreds of years. But the fucking Mezzers are goddamn stupid. And they were just like, but big gun make better. Big gun better. Boom, boom, boom. I like big gun. And they're fucking idiots. And you could see that with every generation of Mezzer just got stupider and just was like, but Bertha, you know? It's the problem with like dictatorships and fascists. It's like big and showy is a lot more impressive, but less actually feasible. You know, look at the end of World War II. Like the Nazi tanks were very big and very scary looking, but for one of those big advanced tanks, you could build a fuck ton of smaller tanks that were less advanced that could still fuck up that ship. Like, yeah, like. The same number of torpedoes, it's less the crew than the Retaliators as well, I think. Yeah. And that's basically what happened, is that they got obsessed with big bomba and didn't really design for the realities of their situation. And that's where the Polaris comes in. The Polaris is designed to be a realistic attempt at a system patrol ship. Then why would you use an Idris over a Polaris? It supports more fighters. It probably has longer range than a Polaris, and it has a railgun, which doesn't need to be reloaded as much as a Polaris does. But like, what's the crew of a Polaris? 20? The crew of an Idris is like 100. When you're running multiple shifts on an Idris, it's like 100. Whatever its max capacity is. So sleepy. Yeah, you can't intercept a railgun shot. You can't intercept a torpedo. Are these in game yet? The Polaris? No. It's going to be in game in the next 12 months. But the Idris is. You can fight an Idris, but you can't pilot an Idris yet. What is an Aurora other than a large torpedo? Now you're thinking like Test Squadron. Yeah, and then you add in the combination of a Hammerhead and the Perseus to support a Polaris. You still have a smaller crew and more flexible firepower. Because the Perseus is designed to be heavy armored and go up and slug it out with ships that are smaller than it or the same size as it. The Hammerhead is designed to screen for fighters, and the Polaris can take on the bigger boys. So for the cost of 3 ships, which are the total crew is still smaller than a Javelin, than an Idris, you get more flexibility, larger space, because each of those ships can break off and patrol different areas. So this is like, I'm talking about lore mostly, but it kind of filters into the gameplay as well. That's the point. The navy of the 30th century is a smaller navy that is more flexible. than the big chunkin' fleet ships of the Mezzers. So. It depends on what you need for a job. A Panzer was big, complex, expensive, but Germany didn't have the resources or the men to push out 1,000 T-34s and Shermans. Yeah, but they could have produced for the same cost of a Tiger. They could have produced some Panther 4s or those Panzer 4s, which are still more than capable of what they were doing. Like the issue is more the mentality of how you do doctrine is different. Does the RSI in lore fire auroras? Are you talking about the Bengal? So there's some controversy in this because the size of the shell of the shipbuster railguns on the Bengal is tiny. It's like 37 millimeter or some god awful like that. Let me look it up. And it could be the victim of early lore. See if I can get in that. .130 millimeter. I'm sorry, not millimeter. 130 meter. It's 130 M. That sounds wrong. That's what it says in the wiki. Oh, the ship is a kilometer. It's 990 meters. When do you think CIG will start working on the Kraken? After they will finish all the RSI stuff. It's hard to tell. Question: how will 100 systems fit in our computers when the Stanton is 100 gigs? They'll get more efficient over time, and a lot of that stuff is going to be handed over to hand it over to the server side of things, but it's still going to be big. The general consensus I've heard for a lot of people is 500 gigabytes. It's probably what it's going to look at. I don't 130 millimeters is piddly. So this is the reason why it's difficult to kind of really tell, because it's again victim of early lore. It's very, very early. But I could also see the 130 millimeter shot being a solid core. Total core. Meaning it could be a sabot round or a sabot round, where the actual sabot cartridge covers it up when it gets fired, and that 130 millimeter round is just a solid object. That's like super dense, firing at, you know, several like close to the speed of light or whatever, like fractions of C at you. 130 millimeters going at a fraction of the speed of light is going to fuck you up. What, 130 millimeter volume? I don't know. The problem is the bore of the gun to the size is ridiculous. Yes, that's true. Hank Jr., welcome. I gotta do this, gotta get some sleep here, because it is getting late. It says 130 meters. Thank you so much, Hank Jr., for that raid. Welcome, everyone. Yeah, we're talking about the main gun of the size of Idris. We're talking about one of those barrels. It says, so let me find the actual reference to it. Looking through some of these works in progress. I'm looking for the actual... Just see where this gives, because I think it was from an early leak of the Bengal. I'm looking through the one source of like it being worked on. Yeah, it's hard to see. Look, there's some of them.
You can take away my spaceship. You can take away my space suit. You can even take away my space lasers.
It's in jump point.
But you can never, ever.
Give me 2 seconds.
Take away my
then I'll get this one.
Game.
I'm doing some deep dives on the actual size of the Bengal the ship busters, the bearing ship busters.
Tangoing_T_Rex just resubscribed for 15 months.
Tangoing T-Rex, thanks for that 15 months of support. You're a very important pub, a very impressive person, a very new pedestrian. This is your fault. You should drink tonight. Shots and cheers and chat, y'all. Shots and cheers. Yes, the wiki also has the actual size as 130 meters, which it seems to imply that the shells are 130 meters, which is like two what are those? Two Connies, which seems a little big. It's big, but I mean, Bengal. We're talking Bengal. So I'm looking up the actual references where it's coming from, which is from Jump Point. So if I go to my account, I go to subscribers. It was from Volume 1, Number 2. I'm pulling it up. Yep. I'll show you right here. Unknown what that means. The 130M. So this wasn't actually made by CIG. These statistics I think came from CGBot, though it could be from that. This is like literally the second jump point. This was published in 2013. So that's, you literally link the like the copy from it though, yeah. Yeah. Here we go. It says 130 millimeter shipbuster railguns. So it's in two different locations. This is newer because this is the bearing applied. You can see the publishing date here. This was published in 2014, so this was published well after that. I can actually go right here to the oh, it doesn't show up there, but I can go. I can't find it here, but I can probably Google it. And that one says 130 millimeter shell slug. That's what it said. Thank you, Hank. I do. Thanks to Darionator, who does it for me. So luckily, Darionator, who also works with JRDF stuff too. So. How was your stream day, buddy? I think, yeah, that entire fucking, the entire fucking thing is off. It's thrown off. We do know that based off of the, whole thing. I'll read it through you. The most powerful single-charge railgun known in known space. A hit from a shipbuster is capable of smashing a destroyer as though it were a tin can. And with this context, that would mean it could core a javelin with one shot. A single shipbuster forms the keel mount of a Bengal carrier, while a series of weapons forms the fighting power of the Retribution class. These railguns use the same technologies as standard fighter-based mass drivers on massive scales once thought impossible to achieve. A series of thousands and thousands of charged electromagnetics generate power needed to throw the slugs. This is 130 millimeter again, slugs, so. Yeah, that would be my guess, is that if it's 130 millimeters, it's 130 millimeters of like incredibly dense material, like core of a dead star material kind of thing. It could be. We'd have to know more about that though. They call it a slug. Doom sphere. I mean, they're okay, but why would you use a nuclear weapon when you have an antimatter weapon? Nuclear. I don't know how to fucking say it, but yeah. They call them slugs. So I imagine they're pointed. I love being a geek. Marketing speak, not gospel. Yeah, it's early concept behind it, so. But I mean, you can get the idea behind what the shipbusters are designed to do. They're supposed to be able to destroy a destroyer. They should be able to easily take down a destroyer. We don't know any of the other aspects of it, though. It could easily be that those railguns can only be fired at a certain time. They can't be fired in rapid succession. Requires too much power to fire them. It could be that it doesn't core a destroyer with one shot if its shields are up. But yeah. You know the caliber of the Perseus? No, the Perseus is like the Perseus itself, or the weapons. A slug is the imperial measure of mass? Is it? Good question. Have you heard any inside successes or failures with server meshing and replication layer implementation. No more than what we've already seen on the at CitizenCon. Did you see the replication layer and the server mesh at CitizenCon there, Chris 52 Gamer? We know the weapons on them are size 7. We don't know the caliber of that, you know. So we're saying that the slug, it's 130 millimeter mass? Do you fucking measure mass in millimeters? That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. That's a length unit, isn't it? Or is MM a different maybe has a different length meter or different thing for Imperial? I don't fucking know. Yeah, it would be kilograms. I'll show it to you again. It's a series of thousands and thousands of charged electromagnets generate the power needed to throw the 130 mm slugs. Yeah, I think that's more saying slugs in terms of non. We're getting into the weeds for this one. Yeah, I didn't think so. I mean, we have 130 millimeter tank and artillery rounds in real life right now. Like actively used. Like a standard NATO tank round is like 120 to 125 millimeters. So it's only like 10 millimeters bigger. It's the barrel size. The World War II destroyers were not throwing hypervelocity railgun slugs. Yeah. Now, I think most railguns use sabot cartridges because they're not they're designed to be pointy and kind of like slightly aerodynamic. So I could also see if it's too big of a barrel, then you just use a sabot. We're getting into the weeds here. Let's get to the monthly report because I need to go to sleep. This is probably the most controversial thing I have seen because the Bengal video is at almost 100,000 views right now, which is great. But one of the most common discussions is 130 millimeter is absolutely fucking garbage. What the fuck are they doing? They have no idea what they're talking about. So later, hi Hank. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for the raid. Yeah, I don't think it's the length. It's definitely the caliber of the of the slug is what it's supposed to be. Most modern take 100 to 125 millimeter cannons. Yeah. All right. All right, so if you've not been to a capsule before, you're in for a treat. If people think 130 millimeters is like a BB gun, have them get hit by a BB gun going 80% the speed of light and see what they think. Yes. I mean that's been my interpretation, is that it's a sabot round that is designed that is hyper dense, and yeah, it may be small in terms of the caliber, but in comparison to other kind of modern weapons, but it's also going at a not insignificant fraction of C. And we actually know, like, they're in game. Those damn things fire in game. We've seen them during IAE. I've seen one of those things destroy a fully shielded, fully like healthed A2 in a single fucking shot. Those things fucking destroy anything they hit. So I get the idea that it's designed to kill destroyers. And the crazy thing about it is, like, 5 inches is huge, right, guys? 5 inches is the diameter, though. So it's like 5 inches is half, so it's like 10-inch from one side to the other. That would be the way. I don't remember how calibers are registered, but yeah. Hard to tell if we know, but most railguns can go faster than intercept speed. Modern railguns go faster than intercept speed. You can't intercept the railgun shot. They don't have parabolic arcs, they just go straight. All the guys are unzipping now. 10-pound Sable round fired with a modern speeds, Mach 15 from geosync orbit would create 15 kilotons of effective TNT yield on the surface. Yeah, we're gonna. We've already done the roadmap roundup. Was the very beginning of it. The basic gist of the roadmap roundup is 3.22's got the whole Munching and some new ships, which is pretty good. All right. I don't think the claw is going to be available, but the tractor beams will. All right. Here's how this is going to work. I'm not going to talk to you, chat. I'm going to be talking to the stream to the camera because I'm doing this for YouTube after the fact. I'm going to record this and then I'm going to upload it to YouTube tonight, and it'll be available for tomorrow at like 3 or 4. So you're going to, so if you have any questions or anything you want to talk about, please don't put them in chat while I'm doing this because I won't be able to respond to it. Feel free to respond to anything I talk about, though. Feel free to chat and talk amongst yourselves. So, all right, 3, 2, 1. Hello and welcome to another Office Hours. Capsule. That's right, capsule. I want to see how ridiculous I can get with these. This is a segment of my Office Hours live stream, which I do on YouTube and Twitch. Twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, YouTube.com/TheAstroPubLive. On Thursdays at 8 p.m. Eastern, 5 p.m. Pacific. Love to join. You can join chat right here. We do this live. Chat's going to lie to you and tell you that we're not live, that this is pre-recorded, because chat are a bunch of dicks. But join these live. Join the chaos that is when I use when I step away and the sound emotes come out in force. So it's all sorts of wonderful things. And if you want to check that out yourself, I'll leave a link up there in the top left, up there, that direction. I can't remember. I don't know which one it is. Over there for the full VOD if you want to watch it, to give you an idea. But this is going to be, today we're going to go over the monthly report for October of 2023, the Star Citizen monthly report. Now, to keep this in context, this is just after CitizenCon, so a lot of this stuff may just be, we supported CitizenCon. But there's also, I've checked it a little bit of already, and there's some newer stuff in there as well. And to kind of validate myself a little bit, to kind of get you to subscribe and like the video like I want you to do, and ring that bell, the notification bell for more. We've been following, I've been doing this for several years now, and pretty much all of the stuff we saw at CitizenCon was related to stuff that was already in monthly reports in previous months. A lot of that stuff was not really a surprise to me, because it was like, oh yeah, this is stuff they talked about in the monthly report. It was nice to see it in action though. So if you want a good idea of what's coming out in Star Citizen in the next 12 months or so, following these reports is key to kind of getting your full understanding of development. Now, I know a lot of people do summaries of these, which is fine, but if you're watching a summary, you're relying on somebody else's kind of truncation of that information rather than hearing the information itself. I'm not doing a summary. This is a full read through, and I'll be adding my own context for stuff that's been happening in the past, as well as maybe my own thoughts or interpretations in there as well. So you can think of this as kind of like the audiobook format of the monthly reports. With that all being said, let's jump into the October 2023 Star Citizen PU monthly report. With Alpha 3.21 and CitizenCon Us, many development teams were diverted their attention to upcoming patch releases closing out the year. Read on for all the latest updates on ships, locations, missions, and more coming soon into 2024. AI features. Last month, AI features focused on bringing AI combat functionality from Squadron 42 to the PU for Alpha 3.22 release. Okay. That's immediately what? No. No. I'm not. I don't think the servers are ready for that. I don't know if CIG thinks it's something we don't. But for those of you who don't know, if you watched last year's CitizenCon 2023 or 2022, you will see the AI behavior. They did a panel on it in 2023 as well, but this is a more dynamic behavior for AI. They'll do more, like they'll push, they'll flank. They have different, like the tag system that they use. It's also going to be used for like dynamic, or for combat for ships as well. So 3.22 is the end of the year. That's the Q4 patch. That's pretty big. This involved including introducing Squadron 42's accuracy calculation, perception reactions, ammo management, hazard avoidance, medic behaviors, and combat tactics. So this sounds just like it's the FPS. We're really looking forward for you to get your hands on the updated AI combat, providing feedback on us. AI features team. I will, if the servers don't derp out. The team also ramped up bug fixing, which included improving firing validation to allow for multiple observable points. This allows NPCs to fire at the player if you're behind chest-high cover. Before, they would only validate towards aiming position. Now they extend to the first visible observable position that validates successfully, meaning they're going to shoot at you more. Issues with AI not reloading in cover, medic AI not correctly aligning with characters when healing, and AI not shooting while strafing are also fixed, along with the crash caused by navigation link raycasts. Which may mean that friendly AI, like say you're doing the bunker missions, they may actually heal you. So if you're down, they may actually bring you back up. That's interesting. The new structure for AI combat dialogue and wildlines was implemented, and the flow of the first reactions before combat when standing in a usable was closed off. The team continued to polish and retarget animations for Pyro's female combatants and civilians too. AI Tech. In October, the AI Tech team continued to work on the Boyd system and the Apollo subsumption tool, alongside optimizations and improvements for the wider PU, Pyro, and CitizenCon. For the Boyd system, they began fixing issues relating to spawning and unspawning and moving properties for agents. They then iterated on and improved the rules for flying groups and updated the separation rule for a better rapport between distance and strength in relation to other agents. Functionality for adjusting position during animation transitions was also added for that. For example, landing animations appear smoother. The logic for spawning agents on navigation mesh was updated too. The next step for Boyds is to iterate on death states and how they transition into ragdoll. Excuse me. Boyds is birds, fish, and rats, small creatures which aren't designed to be fully like animated out. You don't have to like get the different parts of them, and they're just tiny little creatures. So they're all kind of put together. October saw this Apollo subsumption tool receive numerous improvements alongside bug fixing. For example, new functionalities were implemented to allow conversion between conversations activity and secondary conversation activity. The team also updated sorting functionality for variables to allow manual reordering and refactored variable data to use less memory. Several AI systems were updated too. For collision avoidance, the team improved how they will change collision resolution mode between NPC standing, moving, and sitting in a vehicle. They also updated collision avoidance logic for cases when NPCs are part of a conversation, so that when computing nearby agents and obstacles, they can also account for conversation members and ignore them. They then updated collision avoidance parameters to give better results for cases like NPCs pushing a trolley and multiple NPCs in a conversation, either moving along a path or staying still. It's a lot of conversation stuff, which is pretty cool. Yeah, it looks like collision avoidance, so they might actually be a little bit more reactive. So, on the behavior side, multiple improvements and integrations were completed for both ship AI and NPCs to add the same functionality from Squadron 42. So yeah, definitely sounds like the FPS AI is coming in 3.22, and then the ship AI probably not in 3.22, but later. Because that was just added to Squadron 42, like June, I want to say, June or July. AI Tech also continued to process the process of adding navigation anchors to more of their systems, which allows them to be more efficient in calculating and keeping track of where position is on the nav mesh. Last month, navigation anchors were added to the Pathfinder for requests and the movement system component to keep information about which navigation triangle the NPC is on. They've been really working on a lot of the navigation triangles. They've been having some trouble. Basically, the navigation triangles allows them to avoid things like fire and other locations, but it also allows them to move from inside buildings to outside of buildings and move around on the surface and such like that. So, which they sort of have, but right now, like, I don't think they can go outside of a specific area. They want to make it so they can go anywhere. Various bugs were also fixed through October, including how cover locations are calculated based on the simplified cover path, as the team found a bug in the calculation that could lead to the creation of unnecessary cover, and therefore excessive memory use. They also fixed a scenario where planetary navigation mesh tiles were created and wrongly destroyed, even though there were still NPCs around the area. All right. This is where we're starting getting into the pretty brief ones. Animation. The animation team spent the month delivering facial animations for combat AI, including female combatants and various background characters. They also planned out the required actions for some new characters, for some new creatures. I do want to point out as well, since we've talked about AI a little bit, that CIG is actively looking for a senior lead developer for creatures, which is either the design and AI or just design, but they're definitely looking for someone to create creatures for them. I think it's AI. So it could be rigging. Art characters. In October, the character art team began working on racing flight suits and its helmets, started on new creature models, and prepared for CitizenCon. Alongside this, the character concept art team further explored ideas of fauna and medical outfits. Art ships. In October, the Crusader A1 and C1 Spirit both reached the end of final art, with an all-new ship reaching final art. So if they say an all-new ship, and this was released today or yesterday, this isn't any ship they've talked about. So this isn't the Zeus, this isn't the Drake. It could be the cutter variant that they want to do. Could be the cutter variant, because we know there's another cutter variant that they're going to release probably at IAE, my guess. So, with its final reviews approaching soon, white box for the RSI Polaris increased as more artists were freed up from other projects. Last month, the team focused on the habitation areas at the front of the ship, working their way back to ensure that everything is set up and ready for the design to make a pass. The exterior white box is nearly finished, with elements like turrets in progress. The team also worked on changes to the Aegis Reclaimer to support structural salvage, including altering the claw and interior salvage stations. Are we getting the claw? Because we know we're getting the whole munching in 3.22. Is the claw going to be functional in 3.22? That's nuts. That's nuts. That's cool. The new variant mentioned in last month's report continued through Greybox, all vehicle components being added. Once these geometry changes have been completed, it will receive a damage pass. I wonder what that is. Finally, on the run-up to CitizenCon, the team completed a pass in the Crusader A2 Hercules to add relays for the Resource Network demo, as it was creating the relay asset itself. As is creating the relay asset itself. So we now know that was specifically created for the A2 Hercules, the stuff that they made it for CitizenCon, the one that they showed off. So, community. October was CitizenCon month, with the team traveling to Los Angeles to lead all various initiatives surrounding the convention. They're very good. We're good. The team supported the community booths, volunteers, and Atmo Esports tournament, the cosplay contest, as well as overseeing the event itself. I want this dress in game CIG. The ghoulish green dress, please. Additionally, they supported the launch of the preview channel, putting the Pyro system into the hands of players at home after the show had concluded. October also brought the Day of the Vara, 2953's Halloween equivalent. The team brought back the fan favorite pumpkin carving contest, as well as a new video contest challenging filmmakers in the community to create a 1-minute horror machinima video with Star Citizen. Lastly, the team assisted with the flyable launch of the Anvil F8C Lightning, alongside live Q&A and player experience teams. The community launched the Gold and Platinum Tickets events, where players engage with the developers for a chance to take home the F8C of their own. Economy. So this was a big one. In October, the economy team continued balancing the profitability of commodities for Pyro and Stanton. They also began reviewing and balancing the AUEC prices of vehicles, identifying various criteria to help inform how they should be priced to better reflect their current potential. Similarly, they started balancing the prices of armor using an algorithmic approach based on information pulled from live game data. Vehicle and armor price balancing feeds into the team's goal of holistically balance effort versus reward across the game, and provide other teams with guidelines on how to price items in the future. So I saw that and was pretty intrigued by this. So it seems like, and this is one of those things that you can get into when you start reading the monthly reports. We know that the Quantum team is currently on pause. So I imagine that a lot of the Quantum team is now moving over to the Economy team to build a more economy of scale right now. Like they're building the economy by hand rather than using the quantum system because they have to wait for a bunch of other things to come online before the quantum system can be completed. So now instead of just having them sitting there twiddling their thumbs waiting for everything to get done, they're just building the economy. So this is not going to be a dynamic economy, at least not for a while. It's just they're trying to balance it to make it a little bit better, which sounds like we're probably going to do it patch to patch. So it'll be interesting to see if we're going to see a lot of changes from 3.22 or 3.23 with this one. So Economy also supported other teams on gameplay features, including the vehicle tractor beams, salvage contracts, and the profitability of loot found in vehicle wrecks. Additional support was provided for various events, including CitizenCon and Intergalactic Aerospace Expo, the F8C Hunt, and the Day of the Vara. Engine. All right. I am not an engineer. I do not know the will of the Omnissiah. I cannot turn rocks into replicators. I am but me, a simple historian bartender with a very smooth brain. So I've been learning a little bit of engine speak, but I don't fully understand everything. I'll still read it, but if you are one of those who understands the whispers of the machine spirits, please do let us know in the comments down below what this all means. Thank you. And for those of you who I met at CitizenCon who told me you were the ones who were doing that in my comments, thank you. May the Omnissiah bless you. Whatever that whole thing is, you know. Live long and prosper, I guess. Engine. The majority of the engine team's work last month involved prepping for CitizenCon. All teams were hands-on deck to prepare to deliver features and support other teams on work related to what we showed at CitizenCon. This is always an interesting time, as it is very stressful, but also rewarding when everything comes together due to focused effort. Engine team. The core engine team primarily worked on bug fixes for live release, including some long-standing memory leaks in the live server. The physics team focused on delivering improvements to the Maelstrom destruction system and the cloth and hair tech. Lastly, the Entity System Tech team supported the online team to deliver the server meshing demo while continuing to work on editor entity streaming. So I do want to send each office's engine team 2 little bits, and I want to hear your thoughts in the comments below for this as well. Because of this joke, I've been thinking about trying to see if I can find someone who can 3D print and paint me some servo skulls from Warhammer 40k, and also like maybe a tricorder for and send them both for the engine teams, just being like, as a thank you, hope these tools help you. Let me know if that's a good idea. I'll just see if I can't put that together for them. All right. Features Arena Commander. October saw the Arena Commander feature team finishing support for Alpha 3.21. They also supported several things shown at CitizenCon and continued to polish various features. The engineering team primarily focused on the development of multi-crew gameplay and spawn locations, adding features such as locking and unlocking vehicles, respawning, and seat selection within vehicles. Another primary focus was on custom matches. Thank you. The team connected the remaining service code to the game code and began adding final hooks into the UI, utilizing the new custom lobby UI created by design. They also created a new game mode featuring master modes and added various quality of life improvements and bug fixes for Alpha 3.22, including a rework of the friendly fire system. They also enabled the award service in the PU, which was most recently used for the Anvil F8C Hunt and the 999th Test Squadron Badge Reward. Finally, for engineering, work was completed on the Solar Flare Hazard, which was featured in the Pyro Playground at CitizenCon. For Arena Commander? Design continued to work on multi-crew gameplay and spawn locations alongside engineering. They also created a custom lobby UI, made various improvements on existing UIs, and completed work on multiple new FPS and atmospheric locations. And atmospheric flight locations, okay. Another pass over all of Star Citizen's vehicles was done, which involved hooking up seats and tags with the information needed to enable multi-crew gameplay. For example, they updated scoring to account for multi-crew and better defined ship classes to include some that weren't previously featured due to requiring a crew to work as intended. A successful go/no-go was achieved for various game modes and locations coming in Alpha 3.22. Are we getting new maps in Alpha in 3.22? That's a big one. Features gameplay. Last month, the Features team made significant progress on engineering gameplay, including the UI. They also progressed with structural salvage and are currently in the final phase of their vehicle tractor beam work. We know that structural salvage, aka hull munching, which I'm going to keep calling hull munching, is going to be coming out in 3.22, which is supposedly the end of the year. So, Features mission. The mission features work on data heist intensified, with the mission making it past its third gate review and entering the QATR stage. The QA are currently testing the mission alongside dedicated designer who is fixing bugs as they're found. The mission received its narrative pass too, so all the text are now complete, while the various UI screens are brought up to the desired quality. Okay, nice. It's an interesting addition as has been the new dialogue sound effects, which the servers play to give players important feedback on their current cooling states. Mission features team. Work continued on the Blockade Runner global event, which is replacing the Ninetales lockdown, with focus given on deciding which commodity is to be transported. Improvements are also made to the scenarios that occur when a player is interdicted during the event. And important work on the event backend means it can now be scheduled better. Mission features worked alongside economy to more accurately balance the cargo manifest seen in salvage, bounty, and assassination missions to ensure they don't break the economy. The Steal and Recover courier missions saw their first white box playthrough with start to finish flow complete. The team are now switching to the polish stage and building variants. And that's something we'll probably see in Q1, if not, probably not Q4, but Q1 of next year. The ship trespass feature passed its go, no go and was integrated for the next release. So we're getting ship trespass in 3.22. The team are currently investigating non-violent means to remove trespassers from ships. Punch them in the face and drag them out with a tractor beam? The mission features continued their previously unrevealed work supporting Pyro, including new bombing run and destroy vehicle missions. These use a variant of the destroy items module used in the destroy drugs mission. The team also began setting up and implementing Squadron 42 AI trait system shown at CitizenCon. Okay, so they are working on the trait system. The updated Siege of Orison global event and new Babbage's new player experience are currently going through the QATR and final polish phase. Designs for future content also progressed. Are we getting Siege of Orison at IAE? That'd be cool. Probably a 3.22 though. And chat is correcting me that Trespass is in 3.21.1, which I don't think is in. I don't think it's in the PTU currently though. Could be wrong. Let me know. Features vehicle. In October, the vehicle features team focused on bug fixing and quality of life improvements for Alpha 3.21 and CitizenCon. They also improved the handling of ground vehicles across different terrains to make them more predictable and tweaked various other ship systems to improve gameplay balance. A tuning pass began on various upcoming ships and vehicles too. Graphics, VFX programming, and Planet Tech. For the graphics, Planet Tech, and VFX programming teams, the majority of October was spent polishing the many features demonstrated at CitizenCon, including the water simulation, global illumination, maelstrom, fire, and rifle scopes. The Vulcan sub-team continued tackling the remaining performance and stability issues, which all need to be addressed before a public beta test can be considered. Okay, that's pretty big. So they're going to be doing a public beta test of Vulcan soon. That's good to hear. Interactables. Last month, the Interactable team worked towards CitizenCon producing assets included in the digital goodies pack. They also supported new underground facilities, pushing the boundaries to create new and interesting props, and worked towards pyro, helping to close out areas for dressing in multiple locations. Chat's currently talking about different ways of disabling people and moving them out. Stun guns. Stun guns is the answer. It's the simple one. Or, yeah, stun guns. Lighting. Alongside CitizenCon, the lighting team worked to close out multiple locations across Pyro. Live tools. The Live tool team worked on various features in support of CitizenCon and server meshing demo. Tasks also began to improve the usability of tools within the Network Operations Center. This is progressing well, and new modules are currently being designed for future implementation. Locations EU. Last month, the locations team progressed with Pyro's rundown stations and added improvements to New Babbage, which we've seen in the PTU. The Sandbox team continued to work on Pyro's settlements and new underground facilities. Alongside this, the Organics team worked on planets and some smaller features for Pyro. Very cool. Narrative. October saw a flurry of activity for the Narrative team as they worked towards finalizing content for CitizenCon. While Narrative didn't have a presentation at this year's show, they supported other teams and worked hard to get content polished and ready for Pyro's showcase, which featured numerous missions from a brand new factions. The Narrative design team spent time polishing AI behaviors in the system to ensure that its NPC populations had the right look and feel. Additionally, they joined in the internal Pyro playtests, where they helped spot and address last-minute bug fixes. The team also supported the release of Alpha 3.21 with new missions, items, and locations. Looking ahead, Narrative dedicated time to future improvements, such as evaluating how to improve the stability of the game's various mission givers, as well as a long-term planning of additional future content with more narrative focus. Last month also saw the release of Whitley's Guide on the 600i, a portfolio on the Unification Wars, an updated Galactic Guide for the Pyro system, and a host of new Galactopedia entries. R&D. In October, time was dedicated to cloud shaping improvements for the use in Alpha 3.21 and beyond, which will allow the team to author more varied cloud content, which we saw at CitizenCon. For example, it is now easier to break up cloud fronts. The improvements also provide more flexibility in blending shape noise at height. As a result, the consistency of short versus long distance reads was improved, and tiling from orbit is less noticeable. More improvements are planned, particularly with regards to improving details at cloud fringes. The first iteration of ground fog was also made available to the content teams, which follows terrain up to a specific height per location and fully integrates into the atmosphere. As a result, it received volumetric shadows from both clouds and terrain, alongside dampening direct and indirect light scattering throughout the atmosphere in the view ray. Moreover, support was added to cast volumetric shadows from clouds into the atmosphere. This includes various optimizations to sample and evaluate volumetric cloud shadows. As a byproduct, volumetric cloud shadows now also update lazily to further reduce cost when the camera or sun isn't moving significantly. Cloud shadow quality at low sun angles was also improved by compressing the available space in the shadow map to allow for more details around the camera. Additionally, a few long-standing issues with cloud rendering had been fixed. For example, the ghost lines on clouds that were occasionally visible when looking at them and towards the virtual planet horizon were fixed, and the setup of LOD constants for cloud shaping related texture lookups was updated to avoid excessive blurring when rendering clouds at half resolution. Lastly, work on ground fog resulted in various optimizations, as well as a fix for subsample-sized holes in planet terrain height maps. These height maps are used for various purposes, such as building planet terrain shadows or spawning GPU particles on the ground. The latter was especially subject to those holes, as they could cause infrequently erratic spawns of particles. Looking forward, work on the new temporal cloud renderer mode will commence in November. VFX. Last month, VFX team completed their work on Pyro preparation for Pyro transitioning into player hands. They also worked on all new water simulation and effects alongside graphics team, provided the VFX support for various other teams' CitizenCon presentations. So, what did we learn today? Absolutely nothing. As always. But in reality, we learned a little bit more. A lot of the stuff was supporting Pyro. We saw Pyro, CitizenCon, and Polish for a lot of the stuff. The R&D stuff was all mostly clouds. We saw Narrative was doing some stuff for Pyro and other showcases, mostly supporting CitizenCon. They're doing the new UGFs, which is the new, I think they're calling them distribution centers now, as well as new improvements to new Babbage and stations and Pyro stations and server meshing tools. A lot of it is just straight up CitizenCon, Pyro, or Polish. We did get an update from the mission features team talking about things like the data heist, blockade runner, the economy is getting a little bit of an overhaul, engineering's getting an update, Arena Commander's getting new maps. Yeah, and the big one, I think the biggest one, is that the AI is finally moving from Squadron 42 to Star Citizen. A lot of the new systems for AI starting to make its way over, as well as a bunch of ships coming out. So that's pretty much it for this month. It's kind of a light one, as you can see by the smaller time frame. But as always, I do want to hear your thoughts on any of these topics. Are you excited, not excited? Is this just tradition? Is there anything you're looking forward to out of this? Let me know in the comments down below. And of course, join us live Thursdays, twitch.tv/TheAstroPub, youtube.com/TheAstroPubLive. I'd love to see you here. And as I like to always say, first of all, say goodbye, chat. And like I always say, hope to see you someday in the black. I didn't see all of those. Those are good. All right, y'all. I'm going to call it a night here because I have been streaming for 5 hours. And I know Pyro is coming out here shortly in about 45 minutes, but I need to get some sleep because I got to go to work tomorrow. And then I gotta sleep some more tomorrow get some sleep early because I've got the 24-hour live stream on Saturday. We're gonna be starting at 7 a.m. Eastern, and we'll be going until 7 a.m. Sunday. We'll be raising money for Doctors Without Borders. So I'd love to have you come down and join us for that one. Educate the youth, right? Yes. Thank you again for hanging out with us. Love your faces. And like I say every time, hope to see you someday in the black. Let's find someone to raid. On Twitch, at least. I don't think we can raid anybody on YouTube right now. What? Burks isn't getting up super early to stream? He lacks dedication, chat. He lacks dedication.